Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Rogue Trader.
Finger guns.
Last time, the explorers explored. They got to Karnisia. They took the long voyage into the system, and they went and they found some void ships. These void ships were not in great condition, but, not in the worst condition. One is mostly intact. Another had had the front fall off. Another had had the back fall off. These are not common things to happen for void ships, mind you. It's very rare for the front to fall off.
I don't know, I've seen the
Crew
Titanic.
were just as fine. The crew was just as fine and spiffy.
Yeah. I mean, the crew were in the one where the back had fallen off, so they had no power and therefore no life support. And also there were Night Lords around, so a lot of people deciding not to put up with
Life.
with being captured and having horrible things done to them, so they killed themselves.
Our poor boy Xiph was traumatized as he realizes he's actually in the Warhammer universe. Everything's very dark.
This isn't a shonen at all!
I thought I was supposed to turn into a weeaboo with my mech, Gurn Lagann style. What has happened?
Instead, trauma. Thankfully though, trauma was rewarded. And not just with forbidden knowledge for once. You have uncovered some bits of archaeotech. A cannon, a life sustainer, and I believe there was also a helmet that you turned out, oh, not archaeotech, that's cursed. So it got blammed.
Yep.
Was there anything else?
You also forgot to mention that that resulted in Petz's character almost trying to blow off.
Oh, there was no almost trying
Ollie.
to. He straight attempted to decapitate her.
Yeah, and that was our second ever combat encounter in this game.
No, it
Technically.
was the third.
We do not count the shooting of
Fourth.
innocent animals.
Okay, if we discount the Yotes, then it was the third.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm forgetting the bar fight because I wasn't there for that one.
Yeah, the two guys with machine pistols who had a valiant but very, very, very obviously flawed attempt to kill Jeanne.
They didn't blow up cats.
Yeah, but she got no lasting damage, and she just got some sexy scars.
To pair with the fingernail scars that seem to be dragging down her back, almost like someone treated the cat as a cat post.
Yeah. So speaking of anything else, though, you never did mention like what equipment we were able to recover from the second ship when everyone just anheroed.
Oh,
I know there was at least like the mega autocannon, but what else wasn't nailed down? Oh, and the Bible. John found a Bible.
Oh, and the prosthetic arm and neural cortex chip thing.
Yeah, we did find some
yes,
prosthetics. Those are cool too.
Those were really the only other notable things.
There were those weird flags that everyone kept taking from where all the bodies were rolled up in.
Not even any cool, like... They don't even have to be cool. I just want their, like, rifles and handguns. Just to have them.
Yeah. They're They are basically equivalent to standard Imperial autoguns.
Nice.
Did we take any of the? Did we salvage the explosives that people were trying to
Ah,
get?
no, we didn't try to disarm them because at that point nobody was trained in demolition except my Vanguard, who,
Well,
let's just say their
don't worry
intelligence
about
stat
that.
is questionable at best.
Xip's trauma has unlocked new arcade demolition abilities, so we shouldn't have that problem anymore.
Yeah, what's your demo?
60.
Okay, so you have a 0% chance to disarm the bomb. Cool.
Really?
Yeah, it was a minus 60. Now
Yeah.
we could push that up to a 30% chance if you had two people helping you and Jeanne cheerleading for you, but considering you just die if you fail, I'm gonna say
No, it's
no
better
to
than
that
nothing.
one. I
It's better than nothing.
I
Sadly,
mean,
demo is next tier for me.
and you'd be worse at it than him anyway. But yeah, I'm definitely on team. Let's not fuck with the Rube Goldberg machine bomb.
Oh my god, I totally forgot that I had this. I'm gonna add that to my thing. I should read my journal more often.
You should.
Well, because I've been keeping a separate journal in notes, not using the journal.
Well, now that the XP stuff has moved to the journal section, you're going to be doing that a lot more often.
Never. Notepad's easier to navigate. I don't have to click back and forth.
I may have a 28-page Google Doc at this point. Yes.
I have an RL notebook.
My plasma cannon is Cognis Awakened.
So,
Cognis Awakening means that even in a surprise round, I have the benefits. I'm surprised the plasma cannon isn't.
So you can just shoot with it.
Yes. The plasma cannon will go off, so during a surprise round, at least the cannon will fire. But that's the only thing I can do on a surprise round. But yeah.
So we last left off just before we went to go to the space station, or
Yes.
we were doing some others.
We're en route to the space station.
Given the speed of your vessel, it is only one further day of travel.
Excellent.
Neato.
So I believe that makes the date the 10th of August.
It makes it the 13th because we spent those 2 days hiding in the debris field going, oh god, who's going to come and rape
that's
our
true.
asses?
Yeah, because we ran into some issues, to say the least.
I mean, luckily the issues were not, did not actually occur because Molly is incredibly quick on the draw to just shoot things.
That we know of.
No, I mean, as far as we know, we're still due for a butt raping, but out of character, we know that the guy just fucking flubbed his Cynician's roll.
We'd much
Yeah.
rather have a butt raping than whatever the Night Lords would do.
Yeah. Yeah, the Black Legion, basically encountering any Legion is preferable to encountering the Night Lords. Chaos or Loyalist.
People so crazy, Legion so crazy, the cast the gods want nothing to do with them.
Yeah, it's a toss-up between the Night Lords and what are they called? Not the Thousand Sons.
The Emperor's Children?
The Emperor's
Yeah.
Children. Yeah.
That's true. They will also just torture and rape you to death.
Yeah.
But at least they're enjoying it. The Night Lords are just doing
Well,
it
you
because it's, SOP, which is
Well,
arguably
the thing
worse.
is, with the Emperor's Children, they won't eventually kill you like the Night Lords will. If you're lucky, the Emperor's Children will kill you after they've had their fun. More likely, you're just going to be turned into a living, screaming condom.
That's true. Okay, I take it
But
back.
it's-
Emperor
but-
children at this
but-
stage probably worse than the Night Lords.
Yeah. Because as far as I'm aware, no Night Lord has quite managed to match their Primarch in like creating the Screaming Gallery. Which is
So-
something straight out of Komara.
So does that mean the Emperor's children are worse than Drukhari?
Not
Or-
quite, no.
Drukhari's its
They're-
own.
They're up there.
Yeah. They're on the same level.
Drukhari are
Whom
Cenobites.
you'll be tortured for all eternity.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. So, you guys can approach the station. Well, as you know, it has had significant chunks of it cut off.
Yeah, that's weird. Now that we're closer, can we get some detailed scans on the thing?
You can, yes.
Alright, Molly, you're up.
Hey, no, that's someone else's job now.
That's right, Ceiko, you're up.
Yeah.
That's right, you have slightly better scrutiny
What
now.
am I doing?
You are making
Oh,
a
yeah, yeah, yeah,
scrutiny
yeah.
check with a 42 bonus?
42.
Yes.
Uh,
2 assists, John inspiration, and then our detection rating.
That machine spirit is a prude. See, it likes men.
Give me just 2 minutes. Sorry, I realised I forgot to work out its remaining components.
Fair enough.
So, why don't you guys take a moment to do some RP?
Oh, no.
Alright, well, I do figure Jeanne owes Xiph a checkup after he's been,
He's
in his
AFK.
room. God damn it. Well,
Oh, I'll
He's
be there in a
collecting
minute.
his food. Oh, I guess he can still hear us and, in fact, still talk. But
Got the food.
okay, perfect. So yeah,
Halchev's still with me.
good question.
I think eventually she would have had to go and return to her actual duties. But she'd have
Yeah,
stayed
hopefully-
as long as she could.
Hopefully, trying to brainwash doesn't affect her. We forgot that part.
Wasn't trying to brainwash him. It was just trying to make the bad thoughts go away. It was like a psychic antidepressant.
Yes, just with the flavor of Mommydom. But yep, onto the RP.
I mean, wish that were me.
We all wish that. Anyway, yeah, Xiph will be in his room, finally able to interact with his weapons again, and he's constantly checking over and cleaning on it. Sometimes staring at the trigger for a little bit before going back to it.
We'll just get a knock on the door.
Come in.
Hey, Xiph. How are you feeling?
Well, I can touch my gun again, and the images kind of stopped, but still, yeah.
That's good. I take it that's your first time seeing something so extreme, hmm?
Captain, first time I shot my gun at something, well, I don't know if you call those Geist things living, was that day. My first date with a woman, so much as even holding their hands that wasn't my mother, was the other day as well. For all intents and purposes, everything here is new to me.
John's gonna, like, visibly cringe a little. Oh God. Xiph, can I ask you something?
You can ask me why I'm here.
Yes. Why you specifically?
I was the best shot. They said I had the most promise, and I think they just wanted to get rid of me. I remember my mother not being very happy about me going.
Why?
I don't really know. He looked so disappointed.
I mean, why
It's
would they
because
want to get rid of you?
pretty good question. Don't know why either. Is it because I was too friendly that I questioned the status norm or whatever? I tried to actively make friends with all the humans. Tried to play with the children. The other children when I was younger. Don't want that to sound weird. Tried talking. I tried the food. Why do you think I'm so good at speaking Gothic?
Hmm.
Because since I was able to walk, I've been trying to actively integrate myself with, members of the Imperium, but tensions are still really rough there. It hasn't been that long since the treaty.
See, if you were an Imperial child, I'd say of course that makes perfect sense why they'd send you away, if not kill you outright, but for a Tau, that seems downright admirable. But you said you questioned the status quo? How so?
I challenged the status quo. Well, I constantly asked, just why. It's hard to explain. I asked a lot of questions, and I mean, you've seen me talk with Victor, Maul, everyone else. I ask way too many questions. And one of the things I questioned was why did my mother not like my father, and vice versa? And I found out after, pestering them for years on end that it was kind of a loveless marriage. It was kind of assigned to them by the head people, the ethereals. The mother says the only thing that was positive about her life was me, apparently, and then I walked away. Basically that, Merz.
Hmm.
My curiosity got me in trouble more than once.
I see. Well, I suppose then you're exactly where you need to be. Whether
Yep,
it's...
there's no better way to learn about things and explore the wider universe than on a rogue trader ship.
Exactly. This is one of the very few places in the galaxy that no one will punish you for asking questions.
Oh, I do get nasty looks from people. I think
Well,
Victor's finally warming up to me, and I know Maul still doesn't like me.
yes, I would never punish you for asking a question, but... well, there's no cost to asking a question, but the consequences can last a lifetime. As
Told never to
poor...
never to say anything about the Emperor. That's one that's been beaten into my head.
Yes, I can't speak for anyone outside my crew, especially people of particularly passionate faith. Yes, the Emperor's a sore subject for a lot of people, especially these days, with the great rift separating us from Terra. People are scared, and often wonder if he can still see us.
Did your mother think she is a religious figure, right?
Something like that, yes. They call her a living saint. She would call herself more like one of your ethereals. Think that is how she explained herself to your people.
It's probably not a good comparison after what I've learned. about what my leaders are like. But then again, something tells me that every faction's leaders is flawed in some way.
Most leaders are. Just because we're in charge doesn't mean we're perfect. We're far from it.
Yeah, going into a combat area in nothing but a schoolgirl uniform was probably not the smartest idea.
It was an armored schoolgirl outfit. And it worked out, so... John will pout a little bit.
Ziff just giving a sly smirk, no, getting a little jab in finally. But, yeah, it is what it is. I came into this without anyone telling me anything about warp travel, about what it means to take a life, to see someone die, to see that the cruelty that exists.
Yes. I've interacted with plenty of your people before, but never one so young and inexperienced. Most of the Tau I've met have been grizzled veterans. It's...
As you could say, it's one way to where we all start small and naive, I guess.
Some of us have the privilege. Just try not to lose that innocent naivete. I know it's hard, but...
Kalchev says she'd break up with me if I lost it, so I'm gonna do everything I can to keep it.
John just smiles and ruffles your hair.
He says that's her favorite part of me. I mean, she says that's her favorite. Yeah, fuck. Sorry. I don't know why she even likes me so much. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people come and ask her out or, go on dates with her, but she went with me, a stranger who's a lot younger than her. Not that I care about that.
You might be surprised by that fact, but she is, after all, a Ceiko. It's a rare breed amongst humans who would be interested in one.
But is she not, she's a member of the Imperium, she's helping everybody, she is integral to the crew, why would people fear her?
Because at any moment her will could snap and anyone in the warp could just hop right in and pilot her around like a meat puppet. At least that's the perception. Or she could explode. Or any number of horrible things. People in the Imperium are trained from a very young age to fear the witch.
And fear things like me.
Exactly. Fear the witch, fear the mutant, fear the alien.
I guess that's the biggest question I've had is why? Doesn't make sense. There's plenty of bigger threats out there. There's more problems. Why? I mean, from what I understand, back learning about my people, that we go out of our way to try and make allies with everybody, but...
Yes, and I find that admirable personally, but the Imperium is a very old and very traumatized entity. It's been around for 10,000 years. More than that now.
Older than my people have been alive.
Right. Older than your society, anyway. Older than the written word amongst your species. In that time, and understand, when I say the Imperium, I mean our government. Before that, there were other human polities, stretching back another 30,000 years into space. In that time, humanity's suffered more than even I can fully comprehend. Wars against creatures from the night, psychic awakenings that have spilled demons into reality.
Whatever we just saw.
What we just saw was the Imperium, Xiph. That was the hand of those who sought to bring compliance to those outside the Imperium by any means necessary.
Angels of Death that very much take that last word into consideration. They were a Space Marine Legion, right?
Yes. The Angels of Death are at best an uncompromising lot. And when given an order directly from the Emperor himself, well, those orders were absolute. Those they encountered must either be brought into the Imperium or destroyed.
There's, from what I remember, the Space Marines are, they're supposed to embody their father, which is the Primarch, and the Primarchs embody their father, the Emperor, right?
Something like that, yes.
Well, if that's the case, then if that's the type of cruelty that they can do, what does that say about the Emperor?
Sometimes the best way to fight a monster in the dark is with a monster of your own.
Even if that monster makes your own people decide to blow their own heads out, holding their
They
children
weren't
in
our
their arms while
people,
they do
Xiph.
it.
Those people, they served the Necrons, even all the way back then.
What's wrong with that? It's the one that we met didn't want to kill us, and was for all intents and purposes kind of nice, albeit Maul was traumatized severely. Like, they didn't attack us, they were trying to teach us things, and
Of course, and they want to bring us into their Imperium and force us to worship and obey them. They are an Imperium just as ours is.
no room for alliances or unification between anything. It's them or us.
I and my mother, my family, believes that the view that there cannot be anything in the stars but mankind is that the Emperor's opinion on that has softened in the intervening centuries, what with the Tyrannid and the advent of the archenemy. But back then, it was an ironclad rule that all Xenos must be destroyed. There was no room for negotiation, because humanity had suffered for countless centuries under the yoke of monsters from the old night, creatures that would enslave and consume humanity. It became the common wisdom that, because such things existed, the only way to keep humanity safe was to be the only thing amongst the stars.
Look how that thought process got us.
Well,
And I guess I should be thankful. Because of that, there was a clerical error that kept me and my people alive.
it's true. But think of it another way. If your species comes from inside an area that the Imperium has long considered part of itself, you're very close to the realm of the Lord Commander Guilliman himself. Imagine
Wonder what he'd
what would
think.
have happened to your people if humanity hadn't scoured the stars of the monsters surrounding your world. It's very likely you could have been wiped out by any number of horrible things.
Pretty sure the bug things are still pretty close to where we are.
Oh yes. Indeed, if a tendril hadn't slammed into Macragge instead of your world, well, it might have been scoured before you knew what had hit you. Luckily, the Ultramarines were victorious. My mother's homeworld, not so fortunate.
Yeah, I guess I should say that you have my condolences on that, Mark, unless you didn't grow up there yourself.
No, that world was lost when Mother was just an infant. I was born on Leth, the world of the Flame Falcons.
Those are Space Marines that don't do what we saw.
Right. They're, we're pretty sure, descendants of Vulcan, often considered the kindest of the Primarchs.
Yeah, I read about that. He always came off as a nice person.
And Flame Falcons are pretty damn nice as far as Space Marines go.
Think one would not kill me immediately.
Yes, I don't think they would, at least not now. They respect the treaty.
You think that treaty's gonna last?
I don't know. I hope it does. I don't think either humanity or the Tau are going to be much for this world if we don't work together against the enemies we face.
Yeah. Yeah. Xiph just looks back at his weapons, finishes putting it back together and stuff. We're going out again. That space station, right?
Yes. I don't know what we'll find there, but I'm hoping something a little lighter on the stomach this time.
Yeah. I hope so too. I won't be lying to you. I felt guilty that I couldn't help you on the other ship. Maybe if I was there, Oz wouldn't have pulled what he did. I guess.
It wasn't
I know
his
it's not his fault.
or
No,
yours.
yeah, I know. I
It's
just want to help.
I know. And hey, listen. If what happened on that ship happens to you again, if you think you can't push forward, it's okay to tell me and just back off. I don't want to lose you, and I don't want to push you past your limits. You're no good to me if you break.
Xiph just takes a deep breath, runs a hand through his hair, and nods. Yeah, thank you, Captain. I'll try.
And if you ever need to talk, well, my door's always open.
Except when you and Cat are in there, right?
Metaphorically open. Please actually knock, though.
Xiph laughs again, and then yeah.
John's going to get up seeing that he's getting his kit together. Alright. We'll be launching in an hour. Get something in your stomach. We'll be ready.
Yeah. Yeah, I think me and the person controlling me in the sky needs to start eating their food too.
Pat, pat.
Ignore that meta joke. I've had this full plate in front of me and I haven't been able to bite into it.
Oh my god, he's possessed by an flavor shoot.
Yep, and Xiph will just nod again, get his kit together, and probably go and get something at, I assume, the mess hall. And yeah, that's that.
Yeah.
By now, ship's cook has actually managed to make something that is almost, but not quite, like the stuff Xiph had back at home.
Xiph will look at it, take a bite before walking away, and give the chef a thumbs up, saying, "Wow, wow, it's really good. It's like I'm back in my home."
Dear Beast.
Have a good day.
Mm. Alright,
I will.
now, back to Bridge. Oz. 7 degrees of success, huh?
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, there's not much of note here. serious amount, like I said, serious amounts carved away. Uh, so I'm gonna give you your basic scan results, and then if you want to, you can ask some questions. Uh, you detect the station command center is still present and uh, pretty well intact.
Oh my god.
There's no power or anything, but you know it's there. And also, the bridge's inner ring of macro cannons are still there. They're an interesting pattern. Uh, they, you get a bad feeling when you scan them. But they appear to have advanced targeting systems. Which would translate to in-game terms. Yeah, this is a Mars pattern macro cannon, and once per session, it can have a +10 bonus on a thing it does, which is usually shooting. In fact,
I would imagine.
it's exclusively shooting. I don't know what else a macro cannon can do except shoot, but once per session, it can have +10 on an attack.
Well, hold on. What about, like, damage control inside of itself? +10 to turn on the fire extinguishers. Come on, let's go.
Yeah. But you know, it gives Oz a bad feeling.
Okay. Spoopy.
As well as that, yeah, there are the remnants of a few living decks. They appear to. It looks like there were three distinct ones originally. The upper one is reasonably intact, but only reasonably. And parts of it have merged with the lower two, and the lower two are definitely a warren of broken metal and awfulness.
Oof.
Past that, all other components have either been stripped away by whatever scavengers came by, or were destroyed long ago.
So this thing is missing, like, all of its outer arms, then.
Yeah.
Sad.
It's not as destroyed as the other ships. Like, obviously they kept a lot of it together so they can board it.
Yeah, you could board it. There is absolutely no atmosphere. Hey, good God, no. But you could board it.
Is there any power anywhere left on that thing?
Ooh.
Alright. Can we zoom in on those macro cannons, then?
Yeah, sure.
What's given Oz the bad feels about these things, if anything, that we can nail down? They look like they're
It's
aimed
just-
right at us or something?
It's just his gut.
Hmm.
Is it that same feeling you got with the helmet?
Ozzy didn't get a bad feeling about that. He was just like, gimme. Alright. Is there an angle we can approach at that's, like, completely shielded from the macro cannon's, like, line of fire? Since, you know, it's missing.
Underneath.
Excellent.
You too can be like the Tyranids and take advantage of space being a three-dimensional plane.
Finally, my dreams have come true. Alright. Is there any, like, major docking bay left? Like, big enough for the Pride to...
No.
Okay.
There is no docking bay at all left, though. Sections of the blown open, like living decks are large enough to slip a shuttle through.
Like, a shuttle, so we're not going to be able to, like, land a significant chunk of people there.
Yeah, you would be going in one at a time.
Okay. Unfortunate, but interesting. Alright, how big is this space station still? Like, if we're only taking, like, a platoon of dudes in there, how long is it going to take us to search the place?
You want to search all of the living decks? It'll still take a reasonable while, but probably, if you were to just do a platoon, probably about a week to do a standard sweep.
Oof.
Though a significant part of that is just the whole issue of shit's fucking broke. Sometimes to go from one room to the next room, you've got to go on a long and circuitous Bethesda dungeon.
Alright. How much could that be shortened down if we don't care about how much we fuck this place up? Like, my guys have a lot of melta-guns.
And the issue then is you may damage some of the stuff you're there to get.
I mean, if it's a fucking wall. But yeah, fair. I mean, at this point it seems like the thing I most wanted from this place, which was, like, a place where we could still drag that Night Lord ship and yank its life sustainer out, is not here anyway.
Unfortunately not.
Big sad. Is it possible to determine what, like, did this place so much damage? And obviously scavengers have been here ripping shit off of it, but, like, are there signs of significant trauma to the hull from combat?
Some, but I wouldn't call it significant.
Okay. So, more like this place was just primarily abandoned, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was damaged a bit, then it was ditched, and over time that damage has just added up. And then, of course, exacerbated by people cutting off giant chunks of it. Like, that would have put stress on the remaining structure.
Right. Is there any indication of what happened to the bits that got yanked off? Because, like, if it's dangerous to take a spaceship through the warp, I feel like it's even worse if you're taking just a bleeding mass of a space station that's not meant to move.
Right. I mean, I believe the Mechanicus did tell you they took what bits they could, and they were trying to set this place up as a forge world.
They'd said they wanted to set this place up at a forge world, but they hadn't really, like, done a significant survey of, like, the inner cauldron yet, because, I'm a soul killer. But yeah, okay, if the Mechanicus had been here, that makes sense, but also, like, what the fuck did the Mechanicus do with this stuff, then? How did they get it out of here? Is it part of Kane's will now?
Oh, I will just tell you, some parts were dragged down to the planet.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's like that's a a big fucking life support machine. Huge amounts of like functional metal. Just get that down on the planet. We can use that to start building up a big fucking colony.
Okay. So the Mechanicus have actually, like, properly made landfall in this place.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we also, when we previously scanned the system, we saw, like, what looked to be some sort of Xenos ruins down there. Like, under the surface.
You presumed Xenos, but you just got they were technological ruins.
Right. They had some sort of, like, geometric pattern to them. I'm pretty sure when you described it to us, you said it was either, like, Proto-Eldari or Necron, question mark.
I don't believe I did.
Okay, fair enough. No, either way. Given that this is a Texan space station, and we know now that they were serving the Necrons, it makes sense that that's probably, like, either ancient Texan or ancient Necron or both down there. Because, like, if these guys' known purpose was to, watch over the Necron dynasty while it was asleep, putting a big space station on top of a tomb world makes a lot of sense.
It's true.
Alright, well, that's a problem for us later.
And one thing I will also say with the with Seven DOS, I'd love to wait for winter to. I would love to say this while winter was here, so he could, feel a sense of pride and accomplishment for getting secret information.
Oh, I've been back. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Though there isn't any power, you did pick up some strange readings in the civilian decks.
In the what, sorry?
Sorry, in the living decks
Hmm.
on the station.
Tyranids.
Cryopods. No, probably not. We're not that lucky.
Those would just be fucking empty at this point.
Probably, yes.
No power.
Well, I mean, they could have, like, a solar panel or something.
That would.
The sun hasn't burned out in 10,000 years, come on.
I mean, yeah, but you would then. You detect that as power. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Like I said, we're not that lucky. But yeah, it's some sort of strange readings. Then can we, like, what kind? Are you talking etheric or radio?
Just low level energy waves. It's.
Energy waves, but not power.
Yeah.
It's like a.
It's not. It's not consistent with any sort of plasma generator you are aware of, and no components seem to be active. Does actually I know Van Zaus has a relevant forbidden law here. If anyone can think of a law that you would like to try to throw at this to figure it out.
No, but I do have a thought, which is
Cat's right there.
this is gonna, like, go to the bridge, and I'm pretty sure Imperial ships still have, like, old emergency radios. It's gonna, like, flick
Yeah.
ours on and see if we're receiving anything. If there's any sort of transmission coming from these waves.
No.
Curses.
Just background static.
Alright, well. I shot my shot and have nothing. Fortunately, I'm pretty sure Forbidden Lore Legends isn't going to help here.
I have Forbidden Lord Xenos, but I'm not sure if that would apply.
Yes, it would.
Oh. Difficulty, please.
You will have Van Zaus assisting you. I think normal difficulty would. At this point in the Imperiums, I think a -10 only.
And then a +10 from...
Plus 10 from Van Zaus, plus 10 from the
Zaus,
Librarian, plus 10 from Jeanne. So
The Librarian helps with Forbidden Lore?
it helps with all investigation checks, of which all lore skills are part.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not getting the supercomputer
Okay.
bonus. That's only Scholastic
Yeah,
lore. But
If you're willing to take, a couple of hours to go and read in the library, yes.
yeah, I think that's worthwhile.
I'm going to spend... Wait. He's intelligence, right? Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
going to spend 10 minutes with my foresight talent.
Hell yeah.
Bop, 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 bop.
Nice.
All right, Molly.
Such competence. Wow.
Those readings, those are consistent with the. You're fairly certain what this is. These are pretty consistent with the low-level heat emissions produced by a hibernating Tyrannus diabolis Genestealer.
Oh, fun.
Wow.
Well,
This just gets
Captain,
better.
there's a Genestealer, Captain.
You see
Aren't those
Jean's
the-
fist tighten a little bit.
Aren't those humans infected by the bug people?
No.
Genestealers are descendants. Yeah, I'll just tell him what a Genestealer is.
I don't think Al knows, though, necessarily.
Who?
The player Al probably doesn't know either, so you might want to
I
actually...
know the basics, not a lot though.
They are a type of tyrannid scouting organism that can indeed, through horrible rape, mind control people and turn them into Genestealer cultists, which then breed more Genestealer cultists.
Yeah.
And eventually do breed Genestealers again.
Xiph is just listening to all
It's
this,
so
blinking
confusing.
several times, and he then goes like, "Wow, that sounds fucking terrible. What the hell's wrong with these ships and stations? What happened here?
They got genes stolen.
That doesn't, dude. I don't think the Genestealers do
how?
all that stuff from the other ship."
What do you mean how? They're Tyranids. They show up everywhere.
Right, but how the hell are they here? This space station was abandoned 10,000 years before first contact with the Hive fleets.
It might not have been here for 10,000 years.
Hmm.
It might be the only survivor of whatever prong of the Great Devourer that came here. Oh, do I know that?
Yes.
Oh, well then I will tell you that Genestealers long predate the arrival of Hive fleets.
By that long, though.
The other The other theory is that it could be a prong of the Great Devourer that got soul killed, and the only way it figured out how to survive is to go to sleep.
Meaning that it's still alive there?
It's in hibernation.
Oh,
Molly, might I borrow a
Open
page from
fire?
your
Oh.
playbook?
Molly did say open fire?
Yeah, Jeanne's gonna turn to Ceiko. Drop firing solutions on where they're hibernating.
Okay.
we sure we want to do this? Because what if it wakes up and starts chasing us?
A Genestealer is roughly man-sized. I would like to see them try to chase a starship.
Well, that's only what we can detect. What if there's something more there?
Jeanne will just growl a little bit.
Oh, but let's takes a step back, hands up. You are the captain. I guess blow it the fuck up.
Yes.
I am going to go to the viewing port.
Unless anyone has any strong objections, the living quarters are far enough away from the command section that I don't feel like we're going to damage it instead.
Even if so, there may be machine spirits that can be salvaged, but we won't be doing the machine spirits any good if we're dead through Genestealers.
Precisely. I have no interest in risking my crew to engage with these creatures.
Merzendi, do even regular Genestealers, do they have claws that can cut through ceramite?
Oh god.
Or is that bigger
Yes.
ones? Okay, yeah. I was just making sure.
That doesn't even have to be pure strain Genestealers. That's like the fucking ones that come out of human vaginas.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to send any of my boys down there for that.
Yeah. Can we get a read on how many are in there?
Not really, no.
Then yeah, this is quite a bit below the command and control levels, right?
Um, a bit below, but you would essentially be reducing it to just the command and control spire, and that's there is basically no way you could completely avoid damaging that from blasting away the lower decks. Wait, let me just quickly sketch something out.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. I suppose we could send a very small team over and just, like, if we can see these, like, hibernation forms now, we would be able to tell if they start moving, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just have our auger teams stare at the fucking screen, and the moment these things start moving, we just TP the away team out.
Yeah, so this is basically how the remaining bit is. As at the top there is
Oh,
the
I see.
bridge, which has some guns on it, and then there are like civilian decks below that.
Right.
And the Genestealers are just in there, in the civilian decks. So if you blast those away, you will just have the little top bit, and that will get damaged.
And the top bit has the macro cannons on it, right?
Yes,
Does it
they
have
are on the top, effectively like a little crown.
Does it have any significant number of, like, small point defense guns left?
So I'd imagine those would mostly be like on the outer rings where they're going to shoot down torpedoes and shit coming in.
There are a couple, but yeah, they are not very dense this far in.
Okay. Alright, given that, right, let's draw up a firing solution now just to target the neck here and just try and blast the command spire off. We'll take a commando team over in just like one gun cutter and try and slip onto the bridge and pull the archives, etc. If we detect any movement, we just TP out, not risking contact with Genestealers. I decline. And yeah, if they wake up, we start blasting. If they don't wake up, we can take our time pulling the archives and looting Archaeotech.
And then start blasting.
Yeah, like we're not leaving these Genestealers here to go rape some Mechanicus later on. Like they're dying today one way or the other. It's a question of how much shit we get to steal first.
Can they even rape Mechanicus?
Yes. Yes, they absolutely can.
So they still have as if gestures down.
It would be really funny if I just bulge checked Molly right now, but yes, many Mechanicus still have their bits, and even if they didn't, it's called the Genestealers' kiss for a reason.
And here I thought they'd just kidnap other humans and, bring them to Mars.
I mean, the Mechanicus does that on their own. They don't need Genestealers for that.
Were you a kidnapped one, Maul?
Ah, what?
As if I'd like
Nothing?
you to explain how Mechanicus are born.
Depends. I was born in an iron womb.
I don't think those are usually supposed to be in iron.
Molly was a test tube baby.
Correct.
Test tube baby?
Did the town not have, the ability to grow children outside the womb?
We do something called missionary.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
how
I
most
don't-
humans come around, but not all.
I know you've never been to Missoula, but there is a lot of smog, and Eloa didn't want any of her proteges to be, to already have jaundice by 14 cycles.
Isn't jaundice the thing with the livers?
Yes.
Yeah, man. And once I held one of those in my hands, it was really weird looking.
Livers are kind of
Okay.
funky.
Also looked a bit chewy, but
We need to feed you liver and onions sometime, but anyway,
the
Right.
onions make me cry.
only if you cut them. When you cook them, they're fine.
Alright.
Anyway, let's get a team together. Kalchev,
The odd captain.
would you mind picking out an astropath who's feeling adventurous today? And just in case anything goes untoward over there, I'd like to have someone with instantaneous and uninterruptible communications with us.
I am the only one among the choir who is trained in field operation.
Just gonna kind of look at fun-sized Kalchev.
Are you sure about that?
Are you saying that she can't fight?
I'm saying I'm afraid if I bump into her too hard, I might knock her over.
She's not that. She's pretty sturdy.
Well, I'll take your word for it. If you're trained for it and feeling up to it, happy to have you along.
Yeah. Oh. The Adeptus Astra Telepathica did not see fit to issue me with armor.
Don't think, and even though
Let's just have her stay on the ship then. I don't want to lose our senior astropath because people didn't bother buying her armor.
I do have a spare set, I'd have to trim it down though.
I can find armor for Kalchev somewhere on the ship, I assure you. I have some mesh armor, in fact. No, that would probably be a little demeaning.
Environmentally sealed.
Oh, you can wear it under your void suit. It's very thin. Actually, that's a good point. We just have, like, 3,000 armored void suits just lying around now. I'm sure someone in the regiment has your proportions, more or less. It shouldn't be impossible to find.
How tall is Kalachev?
She's like 4'11".
He's shorter than Xiph.
Yeah, that doesn't help me.
She is
Xiph is
4'11".
5'6".
Okay.
Xiph is 5'6".
She is an actual dwarf.
That's actually my mom's exact height.
Your mom's an actual dwarf.
Aww.
I guess I will roll Kalachev's luck.
See if we
I
find
mean,
anything.
there's 3,000 of these things just sitting around.
Yes, but she's 4'11", and I'm sorry, the Lupine Guard does have height requirements.
I mean, that's fine, so does Jeanne, but still.
I do have trade armor.
Lamau.
God, no. No, you would have to shave off, like, 8 inches of height from a void suit.
Let's just leave her here. It's fine.
I don't wanna, but okay.
Well, you should have bought her void armor then.
Well, I don't have access to her character sheet. I don't know what she has.
Well, Merz should have bought her void armor then.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I do actually have Void Carapace listed. I just
Oh, well.
I never filled in her list, her like hit locations.
Damn, I was about to make a condom joke.
Yeah, see. It would make... I would feel really quite odd if like, any of my bridge crew were running around without proper equipment. Especially when we just finished, like, a month of downtime on Gainesville. Like,
Molly
oh
did.
yeah, I forgot to equip my astropath. Oops. Okay, so scrub that whole conversation.
Yes, sorry, I
It's fine.
basically just forgot to scroll down.
Oh, that mouse wheel is so annoying anyway.
So yeah, does she have a weapon
Yes,
other than her mind?
Her charming smile.
when you ask if she's short, she undoes her robe's belt buckle and flicks the belt, and it straightens into a silver sword.
Yeah, that almost took off. That almost poked me in the eye.
I bet something poked you in the eye when she pulled her belt.
I tried doing it with my teeth, and then, you know,
Eh,
she kinda...
It
Jeanne's-
does not traumatize the Lord Captain with our salacious details.
Is there a blush on Kalchev, or is she taking that nonchalantly?
Roll screw.
Yeah. Or rather, I guess I should press her deceive button to see how well she conceals it.
Wow!
Wow.
The most
Skeeted into the
deceptive.
ether on that, of all things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she is just no selling the embarrassment.
Oh, but the DM said embarrassment. Oh, it's confirmed. Background meta knowledge. We know.
Jean's just like covered Xith's mouth and just pat him on the head. I'm allowed my one dick joke per interaction, but that's enough. Alright, well, if you have a blade... Is that a force sword?
No.
Oh. My mom has a force sword. I can't use them. Makes me very sad inside. Always wanted to just hold one. Someday.
Someday.
Unfortunately, force swords are horrifically difficult to come into the possession of.
Yeah, I've noticed. Alright, well, if you're armed and armored, then let's get going. Kitty, you have the bridge. Van Zaus, if we send a signal up, get us the hell out of there.
By your will. By your will, Lord Captain. Right, so who is filling out this commando team?
I'll just stay on the bridge and just do another session where I'm doing nothing for 6 hours.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
5.
Alright. Do your skitties have, like, stealth of any kind?
Let's find out. I don't think so, but
Pretty sure the answer is lol, no.
nope.
Okay. Well, I would recommend, for once, we probably just don't bring them, then?
I will
I
also
don't
tell
have
you,
stealth either.
neither does Kalachev.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I figure, like, having 1 or 2 people who are bad at stealth is fine, as long as, you know, on the main, people know how to do it. Like, Jeanne's...
Who here is good at stealth?
all of the servo swarms are hilariously good at it, as are... And the Vanguard's actually all trained in it.
You bringing like 30 fucking servo sentries is no longer a commando team.
I mean, we can't fit all of them on here, but I would just like to point out these things have 50 silent move, which is really funny. And 50 concealment, too.
That's
It's not
what
the
I got.
sound of concealment, less so the silent move.
Listen, they're very well oiled.
Let's just bring the maximum that can be teleported in one go, so we can just all teleport instantaneously out of there.
So, boop.
So that'd be like
Boop.
10 of these guys.
Yeah, I actually have both the sneak skills trained now.
And a boop.
I guess that number's going to be going down a bit. So you're bringing those guys.
Yeah, so if it's all the 4-player characters, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so we could bring 15. No, we would be able to bring 10 servo sentries. Because the gun cutter can hold 30 people.
Yep. A gun cutter is less the issue than the teleport, so you will have 8 of them.
Oh, okay. What's the teleportation capacity? That would be a good thing to know anyway.
That's a very good question, and it doesn't say, but I feel like the vibe would be like 25 people.
Okay. Just gonna write that down for later. 25 people at a time. Okay, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then... Yeah, close enough. Alright, yeah, that seems good to me. And yeah, we can just have the little servo swarm putter out to go scout something as needed.
Yeah. But I have to be honest, given that you've decided, oh yeah, as soon as they start moving, we'll bug out. We'll teleport out. I'm not sure how much I can run this as a challenging thing.
Well, the challenge is less, I feel like, do we get attacked by Genestealers and more? How much shit can we steal that's not nailed down before the Genestealers wake up and we piece the fuck out?
Yeah, I suppose that is reasonable.
Merz is slightly annoyed that we're being smirked.
Fine, but if I was that annoyed, I would, even on 7 degrees of success, I just wouldn't have given you the warning.
There we go. Peak support formation.
Ceiko at the front.
Look, I don't have control over her, so I had to make the penis around her. It's not my fault. There we go.
Okay, I'm desynced.
Wham, wham, wham.
For some reason on my end, there were 2 Vanguard officers.
No. I can't bring 2 of them at once. I'll get into a dick measuring contest. Which one of them's in charge? Who knows? These are just officers. I don't have a specific rank.
Can Molly and Jeanne watch the dick measuring contest?
You're goddamn right. Oof. Jeanne and Molly went to the Senate and watched that dick measuring contest with popcorn. Alright. So yeah, let's take the gun cutter out, go sneaky-breaky onto the space station.
I just little sneaking.
Yeah. This one works decently enough. Yeah. You guys can, thanks to the what if you weren't familiar with the flying of one Kiera Dorora, what might seem like the magical touch of the twins, you are able to slip in through a gap in the structure of the Civitas decks. Could I get a party luck roll, please? So that is a luck roll from all of you, and we'll...
What do I roll for the luck again?
D100 against 18.
And it's your fate points times your whatever.
Times 9.
8 points times 9. So,
Yeah.
yeah, for him
Not-
it's
Yeah, not counting the temporary fate point I have.
correct.
So the command
How do you
is
have a 45?
Because I have 5
Yep.
fate points.
You do?
roll. So roll
My
D100.
I rolled max on starting fate points, then I've acquired 1 more fate point. So as is tradition and standard for saving PCs, I have 5 fate points.
Yeah, just roll 1d100. Okay, so the
I
party
remember that
is
time I
not
had 5 fate.
overall lucky.
No.
They immediately wake up, we get beamed back to the ship, and we open fire.
Nah, that would just be dull. No, but this was for roughly how far away are you? And with let's see, so that's 1 failure. That's net. That's then 5 failures. That's then 11 failures. You are quite some distance away. You have, at least from getting to the command deck, you does mean you've got plenty of time to just fucking look around and grabby things. Assuming you don't, run into any horrible monsters.
Sorry, what do you mean we're a ways from the command deck? Like, that's where we land?
Yes, you land away, a fair distance away from the command deck. Like, if you wanted to go there, you will have a lot of ground to cover.
That's fine. I think we're gonna head as straight there as we can, though, because, well, the most important thing for us is, like, acquiring the archives of this space station, which presumably are there.
If they are anywhere, yes.
Then yeah, we will just go nice and slow, nice and quiet, just walk that way. John will have the little servo swarm make a protective ring around the party.
Just give me a couple of moments to set something up.
Okay. Also, if you need any, trap detection rolls, I'm happy to roll.
Yeah. We'll get to that in a bit.
I left those back on the ship.
Not every GM is as nice as Scown. Just says, yeah, I'll let you know when you need to make a trap check roll. So, gotta be proactive.
I mean, to be fair, half the time Scout will also just... It really depends on her mood for a specific dungeon. Like that one dungeon where you were like, oh, you don't need to make another trap roll straight. Meh. And then it turned out it was the most trapped part of the dungeon. And Scout was mad that we didn't walk into it. Listen, anytime I get to wave cast as something, it's a good time.
Whee!
Yeah, that conversation, in the dream dungeon, the cast was having with Anai about getting intimidated. Ralu really wanted to ooh, nice. Really wanted to dive you in for what you've been doing with Alter Self, but she wasn't going to do it.
So, I think you can gather like the important stuff here. You want to fill up one bar before you fill up the other bar.
That would be ideal, yes.
So,
Clank.
let's see what I think. Would someone like to roll me 1d5?
Sure. I got a 1.
Just
Oh
one team.
boy. So, bad news, Jean.
Okay.
The first interesting thing you run into is, well, yeah, like I said, you landed in a cafeteria thing. Is you're, according to your scans, which were pretty sharp, but this place is a hellscape, so you may have to make some on the ground adaptations. Your best bet runs through the kitchen and through the freezers. And, oh boy, curled up in the freezer are, well, two large, slightly larger than human-sized shapes that are just oh, crouched on the ground, all like a standing fetal position, and encrusted in a sort of clear resin. Oh
Also,
boy, those are Genestealers, all right.
Oh
they're
dear.
not frozen.
No, I mean they are hibernating. The freezer itself has long since lost power.
If they were frozen, you could just push them over and they'll break into 1,000 pieces.
So, to deal with this, you're either going to need to recalculate your route, or it's sneaky time.
A group silent move with my mighty 17.
Yeah, I think I'd rather recalculate the route. Now,
Could
we're still in contact with the Pride at this point, right? No interferences breaking up our comms.
that is true. So they will be able to effectively give you a detection bonus to this.
Nice.
But I am still going to require a navigate surface roll.
That's fine. I'm trained in that.
So am I. I will
Excellent.
give you a bonus.
Actually, I imagine you're probably better at it than me, because mine's only
I have
50.
a 62.
Okay, so in that case, you're going to get a plus 10, 20, 32 bonus.
Difficulty, please, Merzendi.
Plus 0. Alright. Yeah. And find a decent alternate path and set off down it. Next up, it's going to be another D5 roll, please, from someone else.
Stray.
Hello.
Roll a d5.
No.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do it.
Too late, I win.
Okay.
4 Genestealers.
Yeah.
400 Genestealers.
Right. So, uh, um, having a brain moment. I tried to have a nap before this game today, but it didn't really work.
I'm
That's,
sorry to hear it.
I stand our bimbo GM.
I do believe your point man, which is, I guess, a servo sentry, is going to need to make an awareness roll.
Oh boy, that's great. Little buddy. Alright, any modifiers?
Plus 0.
Okay. Are these guys able to, like, network and help each other out? Because they all have, like, auspexes and stuff.
They are not sentient. They cannot
enough.
be provided with assistance.
Oh, they can't talk to him?
I mean, she can. They can actually talk out loud, too, but...
Yeah.
They
told
don't...
Molly that,
They don't have a network.
yeah, they told Molly that they loved her. And I was wondering why I had this specific song stuck in my head ever since we started talking about Genestealers, and I realized it's from the cinematic trailer for Space Hulk Deathwing.
Alright. So, your lead servo sentry will give a little vox beep that it has discovered a tarp. And not Xiph for once.
What?
It found a
A
trap.
trap.
Is a trap a tarp?
Uh.
Like, is it a pitfall?
No, that was just a funny.
No.
Uh,
That'd be funny, though.
No, this is an old analog thing, which is well, a shotgun rigged up to the door.
Oh,
So
fall
that
off
when
tree.
the door opens, the shotgun goes off.
That more so saw.
Okay.
Thankfully, with it discovered, you are able to work around it.
Excellent.
There is not a horrible gunshot to seriously alert the Genestealers. Another D5, please.
Hold on. Since I saw their little bar went up, would it be possible to fill our bar a little bit faster by disarming the trap, perhaps? And just going through?
Not really, no.
Fair enough.
Although
it a
now
tool shot?
it's
Wait.
the same thing. So yeah, let's have you try to disarm the trap and see how that result goes.
Okay.
Is it a cool shotgun though, Merzendi?
Not really, no.
Ah.
Could
I
I
Would like
use
a combat
actually-
shotgun from all
security
three?
for
Actually,
that?
that's a fair. Yes, you could use security for it, but
Outstanding.
that's a fair
An
point. Molly, why don't you roll luck? Let's see.
Man. Aw, man, that's literally the same roll I rolled last
And
time.
you could buy in. If you
Can
really want
buy in
to.
on luck?
Oh,
You know what? Sure. It might be Archaeotech.
yeah.
We could get a trench sweeper saving.
Give
Hell
me
yeah.
one moment. I've now got to try to open 2 copies of this book.
Outstanding. Alright, while you're doing that,
Yes.
is anyone else trained in security on our team? I don't think so, but...
I would.
Other than me?
Yeah, other than you. Oh, wait, are you trained?
Yes.
Excellent, you can help me. Because I'm 100% sure I'm better at this than you. I have a 70.
I have a 35.
Excellent, alright. I'm glad I thought to
Wait,
myself
I think
earlier, you know, we're going on to an ancient, powerless space station. I should buy the lockpick skill.
Yeah,
And
I
did.
think I took it specifically because you said that I should take it to help people with it.
Makes sense. Alright,
Yeah.
so plus 10 to Jeanne.
And honestly, man, ooh.
Alright.
Like to buy in.
Do DOS matter?
Or reroll. Yes. The number of DOS you get is how much your progress increases.
Then yes, I will full on reroll.
Does
Also,
Dead by Daylight-
it makes sense that Molly's helping Jeanne do security
There we
on
go.
a derelict space station.
Yeah, exactly. This is extremely their forte.
Yeah.
There we go.
Now, you're halfway up through your program. The Genestealers are only a third of the way to waking up.
Excellent.
Alright. Molly.
Hello.
Since you bought in, could you roll me 1d10?
Okay.
Okay, it's an Archaeotech shotgun.
Oh my
Yay!
god.
Wow.
Okay.
Right.
check.
Well,
What does that do?
we're about to find out. It's time for you to roll some more things.
Because we might end up just
Okay,
giving
so-
this to Ceiko in case someone no hard feelings gets him again, so he can just turn around and shoot him.
Could you roll me another d10, please?
Yes.
Oh, so it's only common quality.
Better than
It's better than
poor
poor
quality.
quality. Yeah.
Knock on wood.
Now,
Molly-
2d10, please.
Okay.
Two and a 9. Ooh, tasty.
Tasty?
Yeah, it's what Genestealer said as it's gnawing on your leg.
And finally, one more D10. Another 9. Oh, wow. So, yeah, this isn't a particularly fancy-looking shotgun. Except that, well, it appears to be cloaked in a energy field, and well, its bore is significantly larger than a normal shotgun. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Oh my god, did we find a 4-gauge?
The
Would you
bolt
like to
shotgun?
make a Forbidden Lore Archaeotech roll?
Yes, difficulty please.
Let's just go with plus. Actually, this would be better than +0 because this is a shotgun. Let's see. So I believe this would be a +20.
Plus 30 with John.
Oh.
Wow.
Right. This shotgun is cruel, dogged, and indestructible.
Oh!
Pardon? Indestructible?
Yes.
Actually cannot be destroyed in any way possible.
So, starting with cruel. This item's legacy is written in blood, cutting a red swathe across the galaxy at a prodigious rate. Once per session, the owner of the item may reroll damage.
Nice.
Dogged. For better or worse, this item's impossible to lose. No matter the circumstances, it'll always find its way back to the owner.
Oh, hey, I've had one of those.
Indestructible. This weapon is made of an adamantine mysterious metal, cut from crystal, or warded from within by a perpetually active force field. It never loses its edge, never seems to suffer from wear and tear of use across countless battlefields. Increased damage and penetration by 2. It never jams, and it resists all attempts to damage or destroy it via natural means.
Damage and what +2?
Pen.
10.
That's pretty sexy. What kind of shotgun is it? Like a combat
Yeah.
shotgun? El Pumpo?
A standard shotgun.
Oh.
A double barrel.
Oh!
Found the
Unforged.
Doomslayer shotgun.
Yeah, we found the Doomslayer shotgun, so I mean, there's that.
Question, Merzendi, can you fire a shotgun like a carbine?
One-handed, you mean?
No, carbines can be used in melee.
Unfortunately not.
No, not without sawing it down. And oh boy, what can I tell you about trying to saw this down?
Yeah, it can't be sawed down. Because if it could, then I'd just give it to Ceiko.
It's
Yeah.
a real shame that the scatter property doesn't let you do that, but... yeah. On the other hand, Dam 6 Pen 2 is pretty nice for double barrel.
Yeah.
Full self-defense
Merzendi,
weapon.
I assume this doesn't count for the reliquaries thing, though.
It's a piece of Archaeotech.
Excellent.
Based on
If nothing else, is a damn nice trophy.
Yeah, exactly. It's not
Ugh.
great, but we can absolutely put it in like the display case and let random people ooh and
Does
all
it
over it.
choose its owner?
Reliquaris.
Luckily,
What
it's
book
not
is that in?
as obsessive as Juno's dagger was.
Saying that one was part sentient.
Yeah, and it really didn't take the hint after being thrown into a plasma drive over and over again.
I need to. You're right, that's. Go. Quick.
But like, it would be useful to give to someone so they could actually use it. But the problem is that
Just
every single one of our weapons is better. So
yeah, like again, this
it's
is. I think this really is just one of those things that you put in a display case where, like, guests can see it, so they can see how big of a dick you have, rather than actually like taking it into the field.
yes, I have to ask Merzendi when it comes back because it doesn't say a lost piece of Archaeotech. It's one lost relic. I'm not
Yeah.
sure what that means. I'm not
I'm pretty
sure
sure
if
you guys negotiated it to being Archaeotech instead of a relic of the faith, which is what the intended use of that subclass is.
Mm.
And every piece of Archaeotech is important to the Mechanicum faith, even
That's true.
random shitty ones. They'll happily give people a whole ass new planet in exchange for a knife.
Or, you know, use
I
a
return.
use a relic that was destroyed on a Forge World to try and kill chaos and whatnot, and then realize, oh no, it's part of Zinch's master plan.
Alright, we just need to get, like, sanctified shells for this thing and give it to, like, an Astartes scout. Anyway, neat.
You know, I do feel this is a bit disappointing. Let's upgrade this to a Astartes scale.
Oh
It's,
my god.
it's the same, but its base damage would be a D10 plus 9. So it's now a D10 plus 11 pen 2.
Okay, now we're talking.
Now we're talking about giving it to somebody.
So, an
Yes,
Astartes
since-
shotgun.
Since really, like, all of the quirks on this are basically, this is the super shotgun. Let's make it the super shotgun.
Hell yes.
Unfortunately, Oscar's gonna need to get the bulging biceps talent to be able to use it.
No, we just give it to
Oh.
Van Zaus because he's fucking yoked as hell.
But does he have the bulging biceps talent?
No.
Because if it's an Astartes thing, you have to have that talent. Otherwise, you just take damage from the recoil.
No, I think it just counts as one skill higher, which would be a heavy weapon, which just means you have to brace it. It's only a heavy weapon that would just, like, break your arms.
Yeah, and those can grow back.
Yeah, it's fine. We have a spare one right here in Molly's backpack.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask if, you know, Xiph could get it, but then I remember that you said breaked arms. I'm like, yeah, no, that's not a good idea.
Yeah, it would break his arms, and also it's Archaeotech, so I think Molly would literally kill you before she gave it to you.
Probably yes.
Anyway,
got your
that
own
being
solar
said,
toys.
Molly identified it, and John's the one who actually got the thing, so Molly's the only one amongst the two of us with basic weapon training, so here you go. Till we find someone more useful to give it to.
Xiph will find a way to bond with Molly.
So, Merzendi, that will count toward Reliquarist?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
You may have a better time if you find something fancier, but it'll count towards it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's really broad on becoming a Reliquarist. It just say, must have uncovered at least one lost relic.
Yeah.
If I had ended up taking that as my first rank instead of adherent, I was totally just going to have it be like Jeanne's Rosarius she acquired from somewhere.
I was thinking that like a relic for Molly would be like a fragment of a STC or something.
I fucking
Or
good
like
luck
a
with that.
Hold your starship.
Huh? What?
Your starship could have probably counted if you had wanted to start with it.
But I didn't find it. She did. I came by years later.
Yeah, but I mean,
That's fair.
Yeah, because it's this explorer must have uncovered.
Yeah.
I was not the explorer that uncovered it. You were.
Yeah.
So you could have gotten it.
Yeah, and like I said, I was really thinking about taking Reliquist as my first rank, but ended up taking Adherent instead because it's more outdoorsy, and I wanted to bond with Ceiko.
Fair enough.
Now, Jeanne has the fucking fish fear me, women want me hat and goes fishing with Uncle Ceiko. Anyway, neat gun. Let's move on.
Yes.
Find the PFG literally the next hallway.
God, I wish.
I mean, we could theoretically roll that. Anyway, let's get another D5, please.
Pets, you're up.
I think
Roll a d5.
Oz hasn't.
Yeah, okay. D5.
Neat. We've hit the
500 to
extremes.
Genestealers.
Landmine.
All right.
Raven just attacked my foot.
How to make this sense? Sure.
And now she's crawled under the couch.
Meow, meow, meow. I will be back in a moment. I need another drink.
Oh, this is okay. This is going to be a thing that will. Oh, actually, no. Let's not have this be a thing that requires a roll from all of you. Let's randomize who it requires a roll from. So, let's see. 5 through 12 of a servo swarm. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It's a member of a servo swarm.
Cool.
So, as they are clomping along with their little maglocks. Oh no! This place is not does not have as good structural integrity as they thought. It's going to need to make a -10 agility roll to disengage before well, shit collapses.
Okay.
The ship as a whole collapses?
Shit collapses.
Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, fuck.
That's a no.
So the Genestealer clock will go up by 2, and you make no progress.
Unfortunate. Are we able to recover the servo sentry?
Yes.
Okay, good. So is it worst comes to worst, I have a grapple launcher, so I can just like get that to him and just give him a yank.
Though he will actually take some damage.
Oh no, little buddy. Oh, not little buddy. This is just a regular guy.
Okay.
But still, no, little buddy. Assuming that doesn't bypass armor, he's just like scratched a little.
Oh.
1 whole damage.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think he'll be all right.
He's scuffed up, but, yeah. He'll be all right.
What hurt one of my little boys?
He fell.
Ah.
Fell down, go boom.
Wait, how do you
Unfortunate-
fall? We don't have any gravity.
He's maglocked onto the floor, and the floor, just sort of
Buckled.
being sheared away. He got a test to see if he could disengage and move to a intact bit of floor. He did not. So yeah, had to spend time rescuing him.
Well,
Doesn't take very long, but
Yeah. He can just
It's
disconnect.
allowed.
He can just disconnect his little mag boots, and Molly can just scuttle down to get him.
Yeah, not a
Just
huge deal.
haul him back up.
Yep. But it does cause
A ruckus.
Genestealers to now reach the 50% threshold.
Alright, well, they caught up. Cool.
Yeah. So, another d5, please.
Alla, you're up. Well, we're getting the full spectrum in here.
I haven't
Yeah.
done a 2 yet.
So let's once more randomize which person has to deal with this. It's your little buddy.
Well, buddy! Okay.
Strictly speaking, everyone should have a chance to deal with this, so
He just gets first dibs.
yeah. This is an awareness test, please.
Okay. Can I spend a fate point on his behalf? Before I...
Yes.
Okay, and we'll do that then. Alright, little buddy, don't take it up this time. Okay, we're good.
Alright. And yeah. As you're progressing, little buddy will indeed notice another trap. This one is less obvious than a fucking shotgun, but it is a subtle spring thing on the door that, if triggered, would slam it shut behind you. That would both trap you in here, at least from mundane means, and send vibrations through the station. Thankfully, you avoid it, and the Genestealers only get the progress for you continuing to be alive.
Fair enough. Alright, we're nip and tuck with him at this point.
Yeah, that fail was bad.
Yeah. Now, I feel like since this... since this seems to be based on our DOS, I would like to remind the table that every one should be increased by 1 effectively, since, if you succeed at 0 DOS. I don't think we just...
I have been including that.
Unfortunate.
Yes.
Alright, carry on then. I guess I get to roll next?
Yes. So I'm now moving on to a different table.
Fuck.
Alright. No roll this time. Well, no challenge to avoid this time. So just give me another navigate roll.
Okay, sure. So...
However, you no longer have your ship's detection. And indeed, you are no longer able to maintain Vox comms.
I knew this was going to happen. Alright, so Strays, nav surface roll with a plus 20.
Oh god. Did you know that the Death Watch have their own type of shotgun?
Yes.
Death gun.
Oop, that's Mechanicus. Nope, nope, nope. There it is. There we go.
Literally, as soon as I move to the table that has this on, it happens. It's a really good thing you brought Kalashchev, otherwise...
Yeah, I had a feeling something like this was going to happen. So Stray, that...
Hello.
Would you consider perhaps re-rolling that? So we can get more DOS?
Fine, you can slurp up another one of my fates.
It's up to you, but we are
Get
pushing the
slurped
envelope
on.
here.
You are actually, I think...
I think
Okay,
we've
now you're
fallen
back
behind a little
ahead.
bit. There we go. Okay. That's what we needed.
I hope my fate tasted good.
It did.
Alright. Who wants to
Not
roll
as
next?
good as your jeans, but
I guess Stray, you're up. Roll D5. Can we get through a whole session without rolling a 2 ever?
we'll re-roll that because we basically just had that. Yep, no. Fucking. Sure, I guess you get another gimme. As or actually, let's not do this as a gimme.
I like gimmies.
Just go back to the. I'll go back and use the one result on the previous table because the one result on this table would literally do nothing because you have void suits and this is in space. So of course you would have void suits. That would just no. It shouldn't be on the table, but I was too lazy to make a full one myself.
Understandable.
Once more, you are coming up upon sleeping Genestealers, although this time there are quite a lot of them. And you don't think there's really navigating around this anymore.
Uh-oh.
You're going to have to try to sneak through the hibernating nids.
Maybe this is the part where we just call it a day. We have the shotgun.
Yeah, it's not ideal, because none of the player characters except Ozzy are even capable of stealth. So,
Yeah.
okay, so hold on. There's no sound in space, right?
Correct.
Solid move is pointless.
Well, I'm not thinking that. I'm more thinking alright, we have a couple of meltaguns. Could we perhaps just beam our own way through a bulkhead nearby instead? Just do a ballistic skill test.
I wonder, since I can fly, if I could just float over them and not have to do the test.
That doesn't help the rest of us, but maybe you could help find a way through for us?
Or carry everybody one by one.
Stray, that wouldn't completely remove it, but that would give you a very big bonus. As for just melting through, I guess you could, yeah.
I have a plasma cutter.
Oh, well, that's even better. That sounds like tech use.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of my first purchases. Was a good quality plasma cutter.
Nice.
I will warn you, doing that here, that will automatically increase the alertness by 2 because, good god, the vibrations of you cutting through the wall.
Could we, maybe nav surface away to, somewhere that's less crowded with Genestealers?
I've got bad news for you.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to nav surface your way into your imagination.
Alright. I mean, Molly's so good at tech use, and we have 3 assists here, or 2 assists and an Inspire. I think we'll get enough DOS to push us over the edge anyway?
Maybe. Although, actually, I realised... Oh, no, that was it.
See, I think this is a worthwhile attempt, regardless.
Yeah.
Alright, so Molly, tech use plus 30 plus whatever your thingamabobber gives you.
I don't think the combi tool will help me on this.
I mean,
It's
it's just a passive plus 10 attack use. It is vibing.
Pop, 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 pop. Plus 30, you say?
Yep, because you got 2 people who can assist you, and then John can give you another plus 10.
Yeah, my passives are already put in, so.
Oof. Could be worse.
Alright. So, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes!
you've hit your threshold. The Genestealers are at 9 out of 10, you're at 22 out of 22.
Oh, wow, that
Amazing.
22 out of 22 is brutal. Alright.
It was double your degrees of failure on party luck.
Oof. Yeah, I should have just re-rolled my luck, Jesus. Oh well. Here we are.
I wasn't doing better.
Okay, we made it. Take a deep breath.
Yeah. Thanks to some improvisation, rather than going through where the Civitas decks would lead down to the reactor core, and therefore where the heart of the hive is. Just
Wow, I would have succeeded. Amazing.
what if cut upwards, and then you cut upwards and ascend directly into the command center?
So, now that we're done, I feel like I should point out about 2 minutes after we started this, I realized we have a teleportarium and we could have just teleported onto the bridge.
I was wondering about that, but I assumed there was something that kept us from doing that. I was like, yeah, no, I did wonder about that.
I didn't even ask. I was just like, oh, cool, sneaking mission.
Yeah, I thought it was just like, all right, we're going to use it to extract us, but I
Well,
guess, like,
This is what
you know, Jeanne just brings it up, and her and Molly just facepalm.
yeah, Jeanne, like, brings it up directly into Molly's personal comms, like, once we get there, it's like, you know, I realize, if we can teleport out of here, why didn't we just teleport in? And the two just knock helmets together, like, ah, god damn it. And then they never tell anybody else.
Listen, they were just so used to doing this from way back in the day.
Yeah.
They forget that they can just teleport now.
We're used to crawling through ruins, looking for
They
cool arcade
teleport
tech.
now? They teleport now.
But yeah, so,
Really?
command bridge.
Realistically, the bioelectric field being generated, that would interfere with teleport signals, and well, it's a lot less risky to maybe accidentally scoop up a whole chunk of metal and maybe a couple of Genestealers back into the teleportarium, rather than, oops, the Lord Captain has merged with the floor.
My thought
the
was we send
Genestealers.
the servo swarm over first to just put a teleport beacon on there to, you know, let us zoom in. Because it doesn't matter if one or two of those go in the floor.
Yeah.
It matters to me.
I mean, it matters to me too emotionally, but realistically, we can just buy more. I can't buy more companions. Well, I can, but they're not going to be as good as you guys. Alright, anyway. Now that I got that off my chest.
Yeah. Yes, you have now made it to the station's command bridge.
So what's it look like up here?
Nice. Lush.
Nice.
There are some horrific bloodstains and captain's chair, or at least what you would presume to be the captain's chair, based on how centrally located it is. Rather, I guess, commander's chair, because this is a station rather than a ship. It is tottered over backwards, and there are signs of shrapnel damage in it.
Ow. Okay.
So, yeah.
So,
Desiccated remnants of a couple of Genestealers next to it.
John's just gonna kind of look down. Was this station not defeated by the Night Lords? Was it attacked by the Tyranids instead?
Could be a difference in just the time between the Night Lords and the time between the station being destroyed could be thousands of years.
That's
We don't know.
true. I suppose the Night Lords could have just avoided this place. If all they had were frigates, then perhaps the space station was outside their scope. Well, let's find out for sure and pull the archives,
Yeah, or the battle aboard the battle aboard the frigates occurred after or before the well, I would presume after no, before the Genestealers took over. They could have all humans could have, hundreds of years later come up to the station. Who knows? Let's find out.
Indeed.
Beep beep boop pop.
Yep, well, we've, at this point, have some significant practice just pulling a cable from little buddy and plugging it into the captain's throne to try and get the logs out of it.
Yeah, I will still require the roll, but
That's fine. Tech use, then?
Beep boop pop.
you can have plus 20 from having some practice.
Alright, so that would be a plus 30.
Am I doing it or are you?
You. I don't have tech use.
Bom bom.
Where was that roll?
Hey,
No,
leave me alone.
it's fine. Yeah,
We
it's fine.
succeeded. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, can absolutely just get it all plugged in and what's more, you can make sure you only start this up rather than accidentally doing anything else.
Yeah.
These are they're in a station where these are all freaking connected power interfaces.
Yeah, we just unplug the captain's throne first. And give a little snip.
Yeah. So, could you remind me? I believe I asked for literacy for reading through the archives. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So, give me a literacy. Let's see how many questions you guys get.
Is that me?
I think that's... what's your intelligence right now, Xiph?
60.
And you have plus 10, so yeah, that would be you now.
I have plus 20 in literacy.
Okay, that's definitely you, so... You plus 30 from assists.
Here we go. Wow.
Would you like the
Unfortunate.
fate point back?
I will use the temporary fate point from last session to reroll that. That's...
100,
Wow.
here we go. Yeah, that's terrible. Okay, there we go.
That is a lot better.
So you're going to get 5 questions for now.
Okay. So,
What you can get for free is that, yes, this was a Merkin station, and yes, it is under the sovereignty of the Xiph dynasty. And yes, it was destroyed by a Genestealer uprising.
oh, okay. Fair enough. Does it give a date on that? I guess just the last captain's log or whatever.
Yeah. Shortly after the logs of the vessels, about 3 weeks later.
Oof. That is unfortunate timing in the extreme. Getting hit by Genestealers and the Night Lords from both ends.
So now we are into your questions.
Alright. First and foremost, Imperial contact. Like, what was the station's perspective on those events?
Their perspective was that, well, some unknown vessels arrived in system. They, local patrol fleet moved out to investigate. The unknown vessels opened fire, and then they came into comms range and broadcast scenes of horrific torture.
Xiph is gonna just look away.
Yeah, if that shit
Yeah,
is like
they,
in the archives, we're just gonna hit the like pause button on that shit immediately. No, thank you.
It is in the archive, but it is not autoplay.
Oh, thank God.
It's actually password protected to get it to play.
Good.
The ship's log just details that the surviving crew from the patrol vessels were tortured to death on vid screens and demands for surrender and demands or something were given. They presume surrender, but they do not understand the language of these horrific barbarians.
Understandable. I will say there's like a fraction of Jeanne that is morbidly tempted to like get Molly to crack the password on this just so she can see what a Night Lord looks like. But no, thank you.
You don't have jaded.
I mean, I don't, but I'm also immune to insanity, so like me.
You quit cheating.
Yeah, I'll do that some other day when I've got like 5 fate points sitting around and it's the end of the session. Alright, so what happened after the broadcast? Did they just fuck off or what?
They stayed in orbit for some time. There was an uprising among the lower levels. It's presumed that someone. Sorry. Are you using your second question on this?
Sure, let's do that. I want to know what actually happened to this station.
At first, it was presumed that someone had leaked the vid footage to the masses, and they were freaking the fuck out. But then someone found, why does Jim have 4 arms now? It turned out it was discovered that there was an aberrant xenoform infection that was attempting to use this situation to seize control of the colony. Get the station fought, and at some point, yeah, the Night Lord's ships approached, and then suddenly turned around and left very quickly.
Of course they did. It's
Yeah.
like, it's not our problem anymore. Yeah. Okay. Good job, guys.
Yeah. The station was, well, as it turns out, a huge amount of the station was already under the thrall of these xenoforms, or at least, according to the captain's log, it's already a huge amount, but with Molly's knowledge of how Genestealers work, yeah, they were just doing a whole lot of smooching and mind rape to anyone they'd got their hands on. So they spread like wildfire from a small cadre to a lot.
I see. I see. As part of that, like, what happened at the station, can we get, like, the final moments of the bridge crew here? Not necessarily on video, preferably, but just, like, a summary of what happened.
Yes. They went down fighting. The captain, when he was, well, pistol arm was taken by the commander, when his pistol arm was taken off by a Genestealer, just pulled pin on a grenade on his belt.
What a hero.
The officers similarly went down as hard as they could, but yeah, they all went down.
Makes sense. And the Genestealers have been trapped here for 10,000 years since. Although that does bring up a good point. Like, 5,000 years ago is the earliest recorded contact with Genestealers. Unless this sector is a giant timey-wimey hellhole, which is increasingly possible, this would dramatically increase the age of that species as far as we know. So that's fun.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're blowing up the station after we're done.
Yup. Alright. So question number 3. Oh, go on. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I think that basically sums up everything that happened on the station.
Yeah. So now the colony.
Yeah, Genestealers weren't trapped. They
Yeah.
got. Yeah.
Mm,
It turns out
that was going to be my next question.
mind control rape aliens who are really good at blending in are really good at getting into evacuation shuttles and savior pods, especially when like they're brand new and you like screening technology is being actively has to be like developed from the ground up to actually detect them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the human the subterranean human colony on the planet below has, well, they know that the staff knew for a fact that some Genestealers had landed, and yeah, they were told they can't send any more evacuation shuttles. They can't afford to get any more in. They're already struggling to contain the outbreak from those that infiltrated from the first wave.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone on the station had to fight and die up there.
And then the Mechanicus, of course, have dropped all the fucking arms from the space station down onto the colony full of Genestealers, haven't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
The
gonna
Mechanicum
get
probably
so
have a
much
bunch of Genestealers
bombardment.
infected with them back on Kane's Will, huh?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, we need to get back there ASAP. Yeah, okay, well, we're at least a month away, so I mean, that's gonna have to be good old Titus's problem, unfortunately. We'll send him an astropathic message as soon as we get out of here. Alright, so question number 4, I think?
Yes.
What's down on the planet? Other than, like, okay, there's this subterranean human colony. What else of note down there? Is there an Xiph tomb? Xiph sites? Shit like that?
What do be going on down there? No, if it was an Istvac thing, there would be no Tyranids here. Tyranids avoid worlds with.
They don't know. I don't have, like, a
That's
sixth sense for figuring out Necrons are there, especially if humans are living on
Oh,
top of them.
no. I thought you were saying you don't know in character. Yeah, Tyranids absolutely avoid tomb worlds. In
That
fact,
has been retconned.
oh my god.
Yeah. Currently, the Tyranids have. The current law is that the Tyranids only avoided Solemnus because treason lured them away, and they've only avoided the one other thing because that has a complete Catan in it. And yeah, I guess they can sense complete. I guess they can sense actual gods, and just decided, nope, not touching that.
Right. Well, in either case, the Genestealers probably wouldn't have known there was any Necron shit here because it's been asleep for a bajillion years and there's just humans living there, so me.
So if it's a Gene Stealer world, what we need to do is turn the lights on and just leave.
What you can answer for your question, yeah, both the planet and its one small moon have subterranean human colonies. They are built according to Xiph design principles and draw upon certain Xiph sciences for their construction, especially the one on the moon, which is it's a pretty small and shitty moon. But they are exclusively human inhabited and human built.
I see. Right. Did the Genestealers get to the moon?
I'll let you roll this in with what happened on the colonies.
Hoping.
The state, because the station doesn't know.
Okay, fair enough. That might be worth checking
At some
out.
point before they completely fell, home base stopped picking up their calls. They were given a I'm sorry. We We are trying to send word to the Xiph. If they arrive, they may be able to help you, but until then you are on your own, and then they just got fucking blocked on Texas book.
Oof.
As it turns out, sending your horrible casualty reports and your desperate pleas for aid when someone sending aid is just putting themselves at horrific risk. People stop being able to deal with that eventually.
Yeah, understandable. Alright, Any other ideas for questions, folks? We got one more.
Oh, I thought we went through them all.
No, we got one more.
Again, you keep asking all the questions I would have asked.
So we
Like,
robbing
What,
Brainium.
what that planet do, and then what happened here.
Yeah.
Um,
I guess. I know we have the captain's log here, but do we also have access to like system logs?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Has this station picked up anything in the last 5,000 years or whatever it was that between the station falling and it running out of juice? Like ships coming and going, people docking with it, people bogarting arms. Because I'd be really quite surprised if, like, the Chaos Raiders have never been here, but who knows when they got here.
Alright. Yeah, there is some stuff of Merkin ships coming. At, like, they avoid it. And then there is stuff of an Xiph croissant ship coming.
When was
Getting
that?
close. That was about 500 years after the station fell.
Okay, interesting. Very interesting.
It got in close. There were scans, and then it fired a shot, and then departed.
Where did it hit?
It was not. It didn't shoot the station. It just fired a shot.
Interesting. What at?
Nothing.
Where did this-
Anything. This just reminds you of a salute, like a gunnery salute.
Huh. That's fascinating. Okay. Okay. Yeah, well. But no, like, signs of Imperial ships or, like, Chaos Raiders at all?
Not within the not while the main system still had power. No.
Okay, interesting. Alright, well, let's do what we usually do. We're gonna find the actual, like, librarium archives of this place and just pull the hard drives out. And then let's fucking McLeave. Unless there's anything, like, lootable here. I guess we might as well literally just steal everything that isn't nailed down, because this place is gonna get blown up in a hurry.
yoink, 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 yoink.
Right.
Yeah.
Y'all like to give me a search roll?
Sure.
I don't have search yet.
Alright, let's find the Vanguard does, at least. Ozzy, do you have search?
No.
Okay, cool. Then Vanguard time it is.
Hold on, let me.
Never mind. Sag.
I have tracking.
Would you like to fate that?
I'm gonna be honest. No, not really. Already popped 2 fate.
Okay. It's just that, yeah, without any degrees of success, there is no chance of you finding any archaeotech here.
Eh.
That's fair. It's not a good chance anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I
That's
Once
one
we
of the reasons
blow
I wanted-
off the lower section of the station, at some point we can send people here to more thoroughly loot the place. Ditto with the Night Lord ship. But that can be a problem for like 20 years from now. It's not like this place is going anywhere. Unless it does.
It's fair.
So yeah, I guess let's leave.
Yeah, you guys can head back to the Pride.
Okay. So, as soon as we are back to where we are, Jeanne will have the penetrator cannons target the neck of the station, and the pyros melta cannons target the biggest concentration of Genestealers. Make sure the Pride is, angled out of macro cannon angle from the station ring, because I don't know what Ceiko felt about those that weirded him out, but I don't want any part of it. And, yeah, full salvos. Fuck them.
Yeah. Let's. I assume Ceiko is your chief gunner, yes?
Yes.
Right. Could I just get a gunnery shot from
Sure.
for each gun?
We
Is
had
that ballistic skill?
hold on, we had ample time to like get targeting data, so let's just have Molly do her. Actually, I guess Ceiko's better at it now. Roll scrutiny plus 10, 20, 30, 42.
42 again.
Yep. We are really good at detecting things now. Thank God. Wow.
Another 7.
So that's, I believe, a 25 added on to your ballistic skill. And then another plus 5 from the cannons themselves. So plus 30 ballistic skill. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And a second plus 30 ballistic skill because there are 2 different guns.
This is the Pyros.
Yes. Okay, so you can get both of them fully on target. This is important, as if you had, if you'd had any drift, you may have gotten a shell to, impact the command tower. I mean, less important now because, you've,
We got what we came for.
yeah.
I think the command tower could be used as a basis for building a new space station here eventually.
Yes, so. And lost. Yeah, you can essentially cut it off, and after they have drifted a bit, at your leisure, blast the Civitas decks into absolute oblivion.
Good job today, everyone. Alright. once that's done, Kalchev, I'm going to need you to send a message to Titus with as many urgent attachments as humanly possible. He needs to quarantine any and all Mechanicus who've been down to that planet, and any thing they may have brought with them. Tell them there's a Genestealer outbreak there.
Yes. Ah. Will not be of receiving many messages from this sector, so should not be of requiring excessive amounts of urgency trying to reach top of pile.
Still, every moment saved is a life potentially saved as well.
Moderate amounts of urgency layering.
As you like it. Meanwhile, I'll turn like 45 degrees to Xiph. Xiph? Poke.
Ella?
Poke, 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 poke.
Ella,
Oh
have
my
you
God.
muted yourself?
Instead of eating the steak ate
Sorry,
him.
I was... What was I asked? What?
I was just waiting for you to respond. So, Xiph, I'm going to need
Yes?
you to take all of our Medicaes and start examining the crew in detail. I know we've been to a couple of these smaller ships, and God knows if there's any Xenos on there that might have infected them.
So you want me to investigate every single person one by one?
Yes, let's start with the people who went on the away team missions, and then work our way down from there if any of them prove to be infected.
Alrighty, just send them to me.
Jeanne will work with Katz to arrange a full screening for the Skitarii and recon guys who went over.
Alright, and I roll.
Let's see, we have enough people to fully assist you, and then Jeanne's thing, so plus 30 Medicae? Then any difficulty modifiers, Merz?
It'd be plus 20 because of the minus 10.
Yep, that would be a thing. Give me one moment. Genestealer infections are hard to spot. So, I believe they're in Mark of the Xeno. You know, it being called Mark of the Xeno, I would assume, so yes, here we are. Okay, here it is. Okay, it's not actually in this book.
Outstanding.
Maybe it's in Stars.
Also, would you count this as an investigation skill test? Or alternatively, just let the librarian count anyway, because my house has a historic hate boner for Tyranids, and it seems like something we would, you know, keep records of how to deal with. Juno herself has fought Genestealers, if you recall.
That is very true. This would be an additional... Oh, huh. It only lists the Medicaid difficulty for, you know, like removing Genestealer taint before it, like sets in completely, rather than detecting it. That's fun. Let's halve that around down, so that would be an additional -10.
Okay, so a total of plus 20 then.
So plus 20.
Plus 20 Medicaid.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. Good news. Your away teams are clean.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I think everyone's clean.
Sean
I
just
can't.
breathes a big sigh of relief and gives Xiph a hug. Oh, that's good
Oh,
news.
this is nice.
Okay. Well, let's go lasso us a merkin ship and get out of here.
Oh, I get it, because they're like cowboys.
Yes, but also we're literally going to lasso it.
Is it not more akin to a harpooning?
Initially, yes. I mean, you do have to anchor it, but then we fly around in a circle to tighten the rope, at least once.
Also, we don't know if any of the escape pods landed on that ship either. We should make sure that it's scoured first.
Yes, that is true.
As much as there's a high possibility that members of the Mechanicus might be infected, I would prefer not to haul an entire ship full of Genestealers back.
Yes. We did do a pretty good search, but it doesn't hurt to be more thorough. Ozzy, could I trouble you for a more detailed scan now that we know what we're looking for over there?
Absolutely.
Let's see if there's any of these little bastards hiding in the vents. John will, like, look up at the
Another
vents.
scrutiny with
Not you guys. You're fine.
another scrutiny with the same modifier.
Yep.
Not quite as good as the other two.
That's fine. So, do we detect any sleepy Genestealers on the ship we're trying to tow?
You do not. Which is quite fortunate.
Excellent. Alright, then yeah. We will send out that astropathic message, tie a rope around the ship, and start tugging it towards the mandible point. Nice and slow so we don't rip it in half. Or give the pirate a prolapse.
Remind me real quick, you've got, how many astropaths do you still have
We
currently?
have 8 astropaths, including Kalchov.
Okay, so she gets to boost this by 7.
And then the station has like 30, if that matters.
No.
Fair enough.
No, this is, quickly taking a moment to read over the rules for sending an astro message. Since this isn't just a fun little flavor thing, this is,
Actually important.
yeah.
Oh, why are you doing that? I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick.
So she is in her preferred surroundings.
Bop, 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 bop. Slimerbo.
So she was not going to perform any self-harming rituals to attempt to achieve contemplation. She is just going to try to meditate normally.
Meanwhile, our navigator is just gleefully throwing his hands in the fire.
She should have hurt herself. She'd have succeeded then.
Wham.
Okay, so oh, actually, this roll doesn't matter. This one is just for about how long it takes. So this will take her 7 hours. So she should probably encrypt this.
Yeah.
So it's going to take her 10 hours of meditation. Actually, sending the message. This is a -10 because of the distance, and an additional -10 because there's a warp storm in the target system. She'll fate point that.
Huh, I came back to exactly what I expected.
Like, Jesus Christ. Eh.
Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, it works.
Alright. Well, she succeeded. Is a reasonably... Yes, the message is understandable, but a few concepts might be slightly confusing. The recipient suffers a -5 penalty to his test to decipher it. So there is, she has to roll a warp effect. -24. Right, she will have to be held down by the Astra Telepathica helpers that came with them.
As long as she's okay.
Yes. Right, and now the astropaths back on Kane's will now have to attempt to receive this. This would be a Psyniscience test with a +20, so they're looking for a 60%, -5, so this will be a 55%. Okay. there we go. They will, in fact, get it and understand it. Huzzah.
Excellent.
So, your important astropathic message will arrive. Not that you get to know it's arrived. Well, actually, I guess they could send a response.
Yeah.
They probably will.
We do
But,
have like 40 or 50 days before we even get back, so.
Yeah. They would be looking at like a slightly lower number. Their spellcraft. So they'd be looking at like yeah, they'd be looking at like a 60 to send it. Oh.
Unfortunate.
It's not a complete failure this time. Just, you know, a bit of one. That would be yep, that would be one full degree of failure, so Culture will have a -20 penalty to her Sinisience. Thankfully, being in meditation means that that cancels out. But she'll get it.
Excellent.
Actually, somehow understand it. Yes. Be like the next day, Kolchev will call up to the bridge and inform. Lord Captain, we have received message from Kane's Wheel. They have heard our warning and necessary action is being taken.
Good. That's a weight off my mind. Good work, Kalchev.
It is of pleasure, Lord Captain.
Yeah, Jeanne will breathe an actual sigh of relief. Alright. Let's get back there slow and steady. No longer on a race against the clock. And yeah, since it was only took a day to get that, we can actually just go get our prize the next day.
Yeah. So you may have some slight trouble with that.
Unfortunate.
Largely the whole you've got to make sure it sits within your Geller field and all that jazz.
Do we actually, though? Because we, since it takes us so little time to get through the warp, and that thing still had its Blackstone Geller field, and, like, we have their archives. Can we just plug a Jenny into it and turn the fucking thing on? It only needs to stay on for like less than a week. Probably only a day or two, really.
It's also going much deeper into warp than it's really rated for.
Can we skim shallower in the warp?
You could, but that would increase your journey time.
I mean, Markov's gonna Markov.
It's fair.
I don't really care about how long the base duration of the journey is. If anything, increasing it slightly is fine, because that means we're guaranteed to get the Markov drive to actually activate.
Well, fair enough. I guess that means I have to roll for, Victor's warp navigation then, since we don't have a Snippy.
Yep.
Although you do first off have, what's that, like, having a brain moment again. Another, what, 36 days to get... Oh yeah, actually, plus being slowed down because you're hauling a thing and you...
Yeah, we are slowed down. I think we determined it was going to be like 45 or something.
Sounds right. Yeah. So, you do have 45 days to kill. What would you guys like to do in that time?
I'm gonna.
We need to get a Tau
Just gonna hang out with
FTL
Calchev.
drive.
Say again, sorry, Savin?
I was just muttering, we gotta get a Tau FTL drive, man. Mandeville points suck in this sector.
I could probably hook
yeah,
you guys up.
Then you'd be like just 40 days from here to Kane's Will, and you couldn't speed that up any.
I mean, at that point, though, not only are we breaking even, but now we don't have any warp shit to deal with.
That's a fair point, yes.
So, I mean, that's a net win, if you ask me. And I don't have to keep paying Victor's salary.
You do. You're legally obliged. Your family is legally obliged to for the next 12,000 years.
I mean, okay. Do I have to pay him for this ship, though, or can I put him on a different ship in the Dynasty?
Oh yeah, you could put him on a different ship if you wanted.
Excellent.
Who's gonna refill Xip's branding flask?
Do fucking the cafeteria.
Victor says no one can get his brandy.
Victor's lying to you.
Okay.
Alright. John, of course, does not say that in character. Any of that in character, because obviously if we start replacing our warp drives with Tau shit, the Navis nobility is going to come assassinate me. Among other things. But it would be really fucking convenient, man.
And you know what the worst thing is? I don't think Molly would stop them.
Probably not.
For what? Sorry. Stop them for what?
Stop the Navis nobility, and Victor in specific, from killing Jeanne for replacing this ship's warp drive with a Tau slipstream drive.
Molly would have to look the other way and just live the rest of her life alone on Mazoa. It would break her heart, but...
Yeah, that's pretty advanced tech heresy right there.
She'd just have to send herself into... She'd take a bunch of insanity points and just go into self-exile.
You know, it's slightly less tech heresy, though, just buying a Tau ship.
Ugh.
Alright. Anyway. So I guess if we're just gonna be puttering around for a fucking month, we might as well deal with the lizard situation. I don't think Van Zaus wants to keep waking up every day with little beady eyes staring at him at the foot of his bed.
Victor keeps threatening to kill them all.
Yeah, that too.
Can we build a zoo or like a aquarium?
Probably, but also, like, they already have a place they live.
It's called the entire ship.
Yeah. Like, they have a home. It's very large and very nice.
This will literally be a month and a half. Wow. You know, at first I was thinking, wow, we'll never get to a point where Keelman shows up again. And then, yeah,
Yeah, no, I mean, isn't...
also, I promise, this is not me making these excessively long. This is roughly what the guidelines in Stars of Iniquity say for generating systems.
Oh, no, I believe you.
I'm not sure why, because it's very different from what like the core book says for like, oh yeah, approximate it as like 2d10 minus speed, and that's how long it takes. Whereas Stars of Iniquity, it's like, yeah, crossing one stellar region takes 2 full weeks from
Yeah, I like those other rules a lot
longer.
better. That makes way more sense. Oh.
It's Warhammer. The only thing that makes sense is war.
Yeah, but I mean, even narratively. Like, it never takes this long to get places in the books. Ah, well, whatever.
Let me see.
It is what it is.
The Emperor is reading those books. He's not reading this boring crap that's happening here.
That's what you think. The Emperor's gonna be paying rapt fucking attention while I go shake Meg down for more lore.
Anyway, I'll be right back.
Yeah, just go quickly ask her where all the fallen Primarchs went. And she starts listing off fucking 11 of them. The Emperor just turns his head slowly. Bitch, you said what? No, I'm not gonna do that, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that would literally just be a waste of a fate point. You'd spend one and then... Yeah, I tell you, a conversation happens. You enjoy it vigorously. You feel edified. You remember nothing.
Somewhere a custodian just watches the Emperor's skeletal fist slowly ball up. Yeah, I guess aside from just like dealing with the lizard problem, all I can really think of to do is start trying to study book and study Meg for getting FL Archaic.
That's a thing you can do. Yeah, these big
These big gaps of time are great for downtime.
these big, yeah. They are absolutely great for downtime and for getting roleplay stuff to happen. Maybe you could hang out with Ceiko and get Winter to actually talk some.
Look,
What's up?
listen, Merst. I can't. I don't have any miracles on my talent tree yet, so like, asking a lot there.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking of Ceiko, though, I did ask him to go put some listening devices into the vents to try
Yes.
and get some of this lizard chittering and see if we can decipher some sort of linguistic database for them. Listen, if they can use a fucking screwdriver, they probably have some sort of language.
Yes, but like, so do dogs.
Yeah, and Jeanne's really good at understanding what her dog and what her cat trying to communicate to her. The cat's somewhat more
Oh.
talkative, admittedly.
Yeah. I mean, they are two of her best friends, after all. Yeah, I guess you can give it an old college try.
Because, I mean, at the end of the day, I do have this, and we do have a supercomputer that's specialized in linguistics, so, like, if they have a language, I think we can at least get some sense of it, and if they don't, then that's fine too. That's, if anything, more important to find out that they don't.
Yeah. The supercomputer is going to be the thing that's going to be doing the hard carry. Let's be quite clear, yeah?
Yeah, like, I expect as much. So, yeah.
But yeah, first off, let's, Ceiko. Well, actually, I'm not sure if you would want this to be Ceiko. To plant them, because, unfortunately, there isn't really a good skill for, like, concealing something else, is there?
I mean, I would just say it would be the concealment skill.
Oh. Then go
Well, I
ahead.
thought it was for-
Well, no, it's for hiding yourself.
I get that now.
Isn't that just
Yeah.
sleight of hand or?
Maybe,
but
but fuck if anyone's
The
trained in
concealment
that.
skill is used to hide things, from small objects to vehicles to starships.
Oh, well, there you go.
oh well, there you go.
Excellent.
Look at you
Fair
reading the
enough,
rulebook.
then.
I'm reading the info on the
Oh, that's
character
right.
sheet.
All of the skill
Yeah.
descriptions are just on the character
Oh,
sheet.
wait, you can...
Yeah. Hover over.
Just hold your.
Oh.
And Merz found out what the little eye was for.
And or you can just
Anyway, there we go.
Yeah.
Any modifier to this?
Whatever your helpful things are. Otherwise, it's +0.
If people can help, then that's a plus 20 from Vanguard dudes and a plus 10 from Jeanne.
Sounds good to me.
Also, do you have a camo cloak?
I do.
Excellent.
There's
Oh,
not
that is
something help
included.
here.
I mean, that's fair, but
Oh, okay. Well, it's still an 80.
Yeah, you are not... A camo cloak would help if you were concealing yourself, not when you're trying to hide some fucking microphones in the vents.
yeah. I was just asking for general information.
Right. Yeah.
It's just, like... Technically raw, it would help, but also...
No.
No. That's so stupid.
Well, what if you just tear off a little bit of your camo cloak and put it over the thing you're hiding? I can hear
Anyway.
Merz seething from here.
Anyway, 3 degrees of success.
Yes, thing I was just... trying to, look up real quick. Oh, no, not look up, no, not that one. Sorry, I thought I'd imported a token and I haven't. Fair enough then. Then yeah. What test does your supercomputer run?
Alright,
Just
so
helps with
So a decryption cogitator lets anyone use ciphers, literacy, scholastic lore, cryptology, secret tongue, speak language, and trade cryptographers' basic skills, and you can use tech use in place of those skills. It does take double the amount of time required for translation or code breaking. So I'm going to rub Molly on it.
Hello.
Okay, so it takes double the amount of time, and this is
We've had...
well, it's a good thing you have a month and a half, isn't it?
Considering this started, like, before we even got to the system, we've already had this going on.
Yeah, that is fair.
So it's been a month? Oh, yeah, what skill specifically is this? Literacy, logic, ciphers, cryptography?
I think this would fall under logic. First of all.
Alright, so that still means... okay, you would still be using tech use for it anyway because of the decryption cogitator. Wait, no, that doesn't apply to logic. Okay. Molly, you have logic trained, right?
Oh boy, do I.
Okay, so logic plus 20 from the supercomputer, plus 10 from Jeanne. I don't know if anybody else has logic trained. Maybe Van Zals?
Doesn't Xiph?
That is true. Okay, so plus 40 if Xip's willing to help.
Merzendi, difficulty
Ally is AFK right now, I believe. Minus 40.
So 0.
Sounds like it.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Blah.
Wow.
That's so logical.
Okay.
I'm gonna play the
so-
logical song.
When I was young, it seemed like...
Yeah, they have a primitive language. And good God,
Oh,
is
great.
it really complicated to get. It's not... as far as you can tell, it's not expressing any, high-level concepts or anything. It's just, the difference between words is really subtle. Like, you know how in the real world, like Chinese has tones, where a word can have
Pitch accent.
yeah. It's exactly the same thing you're saying, but dependent on how you pitch it, like it
Yep.
means a different thing.
Same in Japanese.
Yeah, it's same here, except turned up to 11. It's a matter of like, just the and well, there are some things that some parts of this as well that yeah, you as people don't hear. It's beyond human, like human auditory processing. You only notice it when you plug this into the supercomputer, like the extra layers and shit. This is something you would actually need to get like full-on augmetic ears to understand, or at least a big fucking headset.
Well,
And there is zero chance of a human ever speaking this.
alright, so could we rig up like an auto-translation program that John could just like put on her datapad and then like put some headphones on and use her text-to-speech?
could maybe do that for understanding them, for actually talking back.
Yeah, I figured that's going to be much harder.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I mean, that's a start. Uh, I mean... Do we have a audio system that's capable of producing the sounds required for their language? Because if so, we could rig up a text-to-speech that John could, like, type on.
I suppose theoretically a skittle could do it. Or something with a similar advanced like audio um, processing unit, like Molly. I don't
Hello.
know if you have any of those spare.
I mean, could Molly just do it herself?
I am an advanced processing unit.
Yeah, she might be able to.
Yeah, just have a
Because
spider as a personal translator unit.
I have enough tech use, and I also do have Forbidden Lore Xenos plus 10,
Nice.
and all the cryptos. Yeah, I got Glimpse from Beyond last session,
Yeah.
so I could probably combine this all to maybe make you a servo skull that, well, maybe not a servo skull, but a decryption, translating cogitator.
Yeah, I mean that would definitely work for like translating it from skink to human, but from human to skink.
We might need
She
to.
she needs to borrow your voice box, or buy a new voice box, or maybe you could try to craft a voice box. I don't know.
That
Your
sounds like
facilities here aren't exactly great, but it's a possibility.
that just sounds like something we're gonna have to order parts for from Azoa.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, again, like, John can't speak their language, but I feel like having polyglots, you should be able to, like, communicate with hand signs and stuff enough to make it work.
Uh, I mean, it would be a possibility. You will have to make that skill check, or if that is basic with an additional -10. So what's Jean's int?
50, so it'd be like a 15%.
Yeah, that's
It's not great.
it's a possibility, but yeah, it's definitely not great.
Right. I mean, could we literally just use Molly's voice box while implanted in her and, like, let me run a cable from my datapad to her MIU?
Eh,
If she consents.
Or
no.
just have Molly talk, and I talk to her and she talks to them?
Yeah, you could do that.
Just literally bring Molly with me as my translator.
Left.
Okay, this sounds like a plan.
You two go and take over the Van Zaus bedroom then?
Yeah, we'll take that over. Jeanne will clean up her personal quarters a little, and Van Zaus can just chill up there for a couple days.
He will probably respectfully decline the offer to borrow her quarters and just go and like use a
Yeah, we do have a lot of spare
use
like passenger
The
quarters.
guest quarters.
yeah. You've got spare guest quarters, and also there are like unfortunately quite a few spare officers' chambers now.
Yeah, we are down a fair bit of the crew.
I return.
Hello.
Did I
Welcome
miss
back.
anything?
We borrowed your brain a little bit to help us translate skinkies into English.
Did it work?
Yes. They speak Japanese, unfortunately.
You could
Doesn't that mean I know what they are saying?
No. No.
Okay.
No, they speak Kansai Ban,
Unfortunately.
unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah. The tower a lot more like super Confucian China than Japan. But also just you could probably use like Xip's helmet, like auto translator thing instead of Molly if you prefer. I imagine you'd prefer to go. You'd prefer to cuddle up in bed with Molly, but
I mean, I could literally
I don't.
just take Xip's helmet.
Just
Yeah.
taking his stuff from him.
Just make sure you bring it back and clean it.
Thank you,
It's
Xiph.
air wash only.
Okay.
Wait, so you don't want me anymore?
No, I do want you. Just in case this thing doesn't work.
It's just now slightly more optional.
And I would definitely prefer the person with 3 plasma guns of various calibers attached to it to help me with the skink problem versus just me in my nightgown and just winging it.
Just walking around through the fucking ship wearing nothing but a nightgown and Xip's helmet.
And it's a look.
The ghost of
good
Talmud. It's a ghost of Talmud's past.
Okay, so yeah, just go cuddle up with Molly. It's sleepover time. Yay.
Hooray! Alright, I get to be the big spoon this time.
Oh.
Is there any choice? How big you are?
Yeah, John could just ride her, like
Ooh, ooh.
mount herself up on that thorax and cuddle from behind.
You had to use mount, huh?
Yes.
Ah, you're right. Face to face, boob to boob is better.
Correct. Obviously. See, this is why I can't bring cats with me, because I was in a fucking Van House's bed, and that's just not on. It would be really funny if I didn't tell... If Van House had taken my quarters and I didn't tell cats. But alas.
Wow. Yeah.
Prime
That,
comedy.
She would have noticed quite quickly, and he would have noticed instantly because cybernetic eye.
Yeah. But still. It would have been funny. Oh well.
And cuddle up, and yeah, night will go on. Could both of you give me an audio-based awareness first off?
I mean, I can try. No. Fortunately, Jeanne, her ears did not compensate for her being blind as a bat. No, get away from my panties, you son of a bitch.
Alright, yeah, you can, Molly, you can hear a sound of, a slight scraping sound.
It sounds like they're here, Mon Capitan.
Just stay in bed and let them come to us. Jeanne will make sure her helmet's within easy reach. And just kind of wait.
Yeah.
Keep her eyes like mostly lidded closed.
By the way, does Jeanne have any way of seeing in the dark?
She does actually. She has photo contacts.
Right, yes.
I figured, if she's gonna wear contacts anyway most of the time, might as well make them Gucci ones. They are good quality photo contacts.
And I have best quality robot eyes. Meow.
Yes. So, a few minutes will pass. That little scraping noise, and then it's a shuffle and clang. Well, not really a clang, but you know the noise that a metal object makes when you put it down.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And you two can see with your enhanced vision from vent beside the wardrobe, 3 small blue shapes just squeeze out one after another. There is a so I'm just going to assume you've got like your translation thing hooked up to like your microbeads rather than broadcasting aloud.
Yeah. I was gonna say like into Jeanne's like text to speech headset, but yeah, that works too, I guess.
Yeah. They are small-sized creatures. They are like maybe waist height with you, about the size of preteens.
They are kobolds.
Yeah, they're kobolds. Oh boy.
Leave the gold coins around. Give them big butts.
We're not Rem.
They slip. They essentially, they slither up to the foot of the bed, looking at you with wide, staring eyes. The quietly, very clearly, deliberately, quietly, one of them pieces that your translation software picks up. Shiny. Gone.
They loved his shiny head.
Shiny what?
Shiny gone. There's the shiny and chrome bald man. It's not here anymore.
Up one. It's so shiny. Bottom. Shiny. Less shiny.
Oh shit, they say you're less shiny than Van Zal's. Burn.
Yeah, well, because I have a full head of hair. And I haven't opened my eyes yet, so...
Strange shiny. Red one. Yeah. Hmm. Wait. Red one with hissing one. Hissing one. Lord of big ones, hissing one. Perhaps shiny with hissing one? Yes, yes. Let us go.
When they say "let us go," Jeanne will, through the little like translator, say, I guess she'll. Does the helmet have to be on, or can it just translate like from my microbead to the helmet to them?
Yeah, I think the Tau have more than mastered wireless technology.
Okay, then yeah, I guess Jean's gonna subvocal, like whisper into that and let it come out, at normal speaking volume to them. No need to go so quickly.
All right. Make your charm roll. You have a -40.
Okay, fair enough.
Just scare them back into the vents.
Alright, let's see. So, let me check ye old giant list of situational social bonuses. I don't think any of the rest of these will help at all, so just plus 10 there. So, here we go. Squeaked it.
Hey, look at that.
They first sound of conversation, they were starting to dash in, but then slow a little and all turn and heads as one tilt 90 degrees.
Jeanne will very slowly sit up and hands spread to show she's not, any danger. Then we'll slowly wave at them. Hello.
Molly will open her eyes and sit up.
All
We
right,
mean you
now they
no
have to
harm.
roll fear.
Look what you're doing. You're scaring them.
Yeah, I'm not joking. They are rolling fear against Molly.
Oh no.
Oh,
Ah!
They managed to pass. Oh no!
not all
Oh
of them.
no!
One just
What a-
shits himself.
One shits himself and runs straight into the wall, knocks himself out.
Bonk.
All right, so
Okay, he's fine.
well, he's not fine. He's just collapsed.
I mean, he didn't die.
It turns out. Well, we figured that out last week. Dying is on this table. That came out only in
Well,
second edition.
okay, he can't die immediately, but he could get 10 insanity points and just kill himself. Because he's an NPC. They just die at 10 insanity or corruption.
It's like
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's like Molly is the fucking monster from the Bird Box.
I mean, she's a huge spider with
Yeah.
glowing eyes.
Okay, maybe
Yeah,
I didn't think this one through.
If you wanted
honestly,
if you want to come off as like not intimidating, you should have Xiph.
honestly, I feel like I'm being generous by having you count as fear 0 rather than like fear what?
Jesus,
Oh,
what did you
sorry,
do to
rather
the fucking
fear
lizards?
1 rather than
You're just a
fear
spider.
2 or 3.
She's cute. They've seen her around.
How many? Well,
These might not be the ones that throw meat to her cat.
And they're in the same section of the ship you live in.
do you
not
know
the
there's not
exact same
giant
ones.
spiders in the vent
mean-
that are eating them one by one?
That's also a
Well-
possibility.
Yeah, so maybe there's a very good fucking reason they're scared of Molly. It's like, oh, queen spider, queen.
Well, I mean, I was thinking it's just because like spiders are one of the things lizards eat, and now there's just a giant one come for revenge.
Oh, one of them keeps his shit together at least.
Yeah,
Oh, Hopefully it's
one
the
just
leader.
collapses onto the ground. Another freezes, his eyes rolling back slightly. And the last big thing, man thing, speak.
Yes, we've spent much time learning to speak with you. We mean you no harm.
Yeah.
Goldthing. Goldthing give food. Yes.
Point.
Yes, I've left food out many times for you. We wish to be friends.
Why Goldthing speak? Why not leader? Why not hissing thing?
My mouth can't make the right sounds to speak, so I am using this instead. Jeanne will just pick up the helmet and show it to him.
No, what I think is that they think the factotum is in charge.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you just called me a god thing, so I feel
Gold
like no.
thing.
Oh, I'm the gold
Yeah.
thing. Okay.
Yes, you are a gold thing. It's asking why is the gold thing speaking and not the hissing thing?
Oh, okay. I thought it meant gold like this helmet, because Tau colors Lamau.
No, Xip's
Okay.
battle armor is white.
Oh, never mind then. Just cancel that. Jeanne will glance at Molly. I am the lady captain of this vessel. Molly here is my subordinate. And
Ally.
friend.
Gold thing, hissing thing. Both chiefs.
There are many chiefs aboard this ship.
Seen red thing serve hissing thing. Bring
Yes.
hissing thing gifts.
Yes, Molly has many loyal servants. I think they think you're in charge, Molly.
I think you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I'm not
Yeah.
understanding it then.
Molly said to bop you many times. Mechanicus are allies.
They said red thing serves hissing thing.
Yeah. I
Well,
don't
which
know
one of
what
us is the fucking hissing thing is?
I think it might be the ship.
Alright, fair enough. I thought Molly was the hissing
Because-
thing, and he was talking about the Scutarii as the red things.
Could I make a logic roll?
Yes, you could.
Difficulty, please.
What's 10?
Wow.
Okay. Since you're right here, I'll take a boob honk for another 10.
Sure.
Alright. 2 degrees success.
Right. So, the only thing that you're aware of that they've brought gifts to is Mizzen. And Mizzen hisses when he's upset.
Oh my god. They think the
Listen,
cat's
I
in
at first-
charge!
I actually thought at first that they were talking about my cat when they said hissing thing, but then when they were saying it was in charge, I was like, there's no way. Apparently there is yes way.
Yeah, you take care of it and feed it and clean up after it. You look like its servant because it's a cat. That's how the relationship goes.
Molly is going to do everything she can to not laugh out loud. No, they think Mizzen is
Mizzen is what?
The one I serve.
What?
Jeanne will put a hand over her mouth.
Willpower save to see if you laugh out loud.
No. He will look at the skink and say,
No, the hissing thing is one of our beloved comrades, but we do not serve it. We care for it because it cannot care for itself.
Hissing thing fierce. Strong hunter.
How many has the cat killed of their kind?
it's a good question.
Cat probably killed a lot of them.
Molly hasn't even had the cat for that long. If anything, they would think that, like, the place where all the lords of the ship are at is a Navigator's tower, because Mizzen just hopped on Molly, and that part of the cat adoption program the Victor runs. Victor's Navigator tower has, like, 10 cats or something.
The
Yes.
cat that you have was one of the exiled kings that started preying on them.
Mizzen the cat is very fierce, but cannot open its own cat food or open doors. But we love it still.
What door?
Jeanne will just point at the door.
Moving wall.
It's like Jeanne will put up a hand.
May I demonstrate?
It backs up slightly and... But it looks like it's more to get out of your way than to flee from you.
Jeanne will give it some space, and she'll just go over to like the bathroom door and just open it and close it.
The handle here is too big for Mizzen's paws.
Old thing underestimate hissing thing. Mizzen thing.
The cat was the Genestealer the whole time.
Maybe. Perhaps we do. By the way, I am Jeanne.
I'll put a hand to her chest.
John thing. Jean.
She'll nod encouragingly.
Puts a hand to its chest. Terra Aki.
Terraki. Okay. It is nice to meet you. The man who lives in this room normally, with the shiny head?
Jeanne will like run both hands over her head.
That is
Tiny one.
Van Zaus. He is my friend. He asked me to talk to you because your coming in here is disturbing his rest, and he is unable to sleep.
Araki's head tilts the other way. Trying to process this.
He would appreciate it if you could not come in here when it is dark.
best time. Appreciate shiny.
They just come in to fucking
Just stare at his
Oh,
bald head.
Yes, there.
ponder the bald. It's a ponder the orb, but it's just Zanzel's head.
We need to give them like what's it called? What do they call the photos in this thing?
Picked.
Yeah, we just need to give them a pic to take back so they can just sit around.
Oh man,
and
Jeanne totally has like some pics of her and Van Zoust together in her wallet. Hold on.
Or just get them a light bulb.
Well, then Van Zoust can't sleep. The point of this is to get them to leave him alone.
No, just give them the light bulb. They can go
Oh my
like
God, you're
admire it in their vents. give them like a shiny orb. I mean,
What
I
if
mean,
we give you a shiny you can take with you instead?
Own shiny? Shiny man thing?
Not shiny man thing, but something even shinier. And smaller so it can fit in the vents with you.
Man things fit. Atari man things. Angry man things. To go thing to Jeanne's lair.
And I appreciate that you did that without hurting them. It was very kind of you. It would also be kind not to disturb Van Zoust's sleep.
we should have glow globes on somewhere around here.
Yeah, I mean, Jeanne has a stab light.
No, what they want round and
Well,
shiny.
yeah, I
We
know,
have
but-
glow globes.
you should tell Small Eye saying, "Listen, if he gets stressed out, the shine will go away and hair will go there instead."
Oh my
Just
god, you're right.
Say the opposite of what happens.
Wait, hold on. Jeanne will say, if Van Zoust cannot sleep, then he will have to grow hair like this. She will lift up her massive mane of hair. And there will be no more shiny.
Just gonna have to start sleeping with a wig on.
Or a nightcap.
That's going to be Jean's suggestion, yes. Or we just, go get him some Rogaine.
That see Jeanne should sleep. Oh. No truth. Jeanne often not sleep. Moaning thing. Interrupting.
Wait, are they
Cat-
saying
Kitty's
Van Zoust
name
doesn't
is-
sleep because he hears them?
No, they're saying Jeanne doesn't get sleep because Cats interrupts her. Yeah, Jeanne will cover her face a moment like, oh. Their name for Kitty is Moaning Thing. That's hilarious. Oh, I've got to tell her that. Well, I enjoy Moaning Thing in Kitty's company. And what we do in the dark makes me more restful.
Yeah,
Van
thought
Zoust
that
likes to sleep through the whole night.
Speak, chief.
They have a whole tribe.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they're. I'm pretty sure they're throughout the entire ship.
How did they even get on the ship in the first place?
They were
The
here
ship
before
was-
we were.
The ship was fell from orbit and was buried buried under a hill for like 10,000 years.
My real question is, how did they survive the ship being dragged back into orbit?
Or through the warp.
Well, it never went through the
Geller
warp without the
field.
Geller field, but it was just repaired like in orbit of Leth, because there's a big space station there. Yeah, John will nod. If you would like to go and speak to your chief, or even bring him here to talk to me, that would be fine.
Bring Chief Omnat P. Go. Seems now the skink has noticed that one of his friends is still just frozen in shock and the other is unconscious.
Would you like help carrying your friend?
All he's got to do is whack the other one on the back of the head.
I suppose by now the other one will have had a chance to, like, snap out of it.
It has been a whole ass conversation.
I guess not.
Gonna have to fucking do some inception to wake him up.
Leave him. Jeanne no eat.
No eat.
Then, yeah. Teraki. Slip into the vents and slither away.
Okay. Sean's just gonna put like a little blankie over the unconscious guy. Like, there you go, little guy.
Are these real fucking creatures in the universe, or are we just putting kobolds in here?
I
These are
mean,
creatures from Warhammer Fantasy Universe.
Oh.
yeah, skinks are great. Yeah, John's gonna have okay, real quick. He's gonna order somebody to go get like one of her dress mannequins from like her closet and put a fucking glow globe in its head and bring it down here. Make the ultra shiny.
The Giga Shiny, you could say.
It's going to give the stunned one last chance to break out while his friend is gone.
No, okay. Jean'll just put him on the ground under the blankie too. There you go, little guy.
His muscles are completely locked up.
Just tip him over very gently.
Yeah. It's actually quite difficult to move him.
I'll be honest, I'm quite flattered.
I'm
You
sure.
want me to wait outside? I can.
Yes, they do seem to be terrified of you.
I can.
Maybe go help with the glow
I
globe
will-
thing.
I will leave beeps here, and I will be outside the door just in case anything happens.
Yeah.
You put a tracker on the skink thing, see where their like tribe lives on the ship.
I mean, it's
I
true.
mean,
We
I
could
assumed
put a
you're
tracker in the glow globe. That's not a bad idea.
Damn.
And a camera. I
Oh.
just want to see
No.
them like fucking like worship it, go bow back and forth.
You could probably just like put a tracker on one of these guys or in one of
That's-
these guys right for now.
You're right. I should shove one up his ass, but no, that seems a little. I mean, are they wearing clothes at all?
These ones are not.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to
They,
like clip one to a skink.
Yeah.
They're not really clothes. They have like little leather leather or cloth wraps around them, and they have little what look like blowguns. Well, what clearly are blowguns, just tucked into them with a couple of darts.
Okay. Well, if they've got like a little dart pouch, sure, we can put a tracker in one of those. Or putting these
Well, if
guys
you
in
have one on hand, I know I don't.
Yeah, I sure don't, but we can get one brought up with the glow globe mannequin. Presumably, it's going to
Sure.
take a while for these guys to get wherever they live and back.
Well, let's see. They're going to make an agility test. Actually, I think this would probably be a climb test, given they've got to do a lot of climbing and stuff, and that is a better number for them. And you can make a command test.
Okay.
I expect your command test will probably win, but there's always a chance.
Yeah, almost. I suppose. Yeah, I think I won.
Yeah.
That's
Even if I don't
there
have
was
any...
actually a chance for them to beat you. It was just very unlikely.
Yeah, there was a
Quite often,
chance.
people against John's command are literally just we're rolling because the game
They have
requires
to.
a roll.
We're wiring because it makes me hard. Let's be honest.
Yes.
Big number.
I do have... I'm not much into, munchkining, but I do like me a nice big numbie. Once in a while.
So I will be waiting just outside the door, but I'm gonna be watching through beeps.
Also, I got the chief's name slightly wrong. It should be Onmatapi.
God, are they, like, corrupting words from inside, like, an engineering deck or something? And it's just, like, from an antimatter coil or something?
No, these are just
skink names. Alright, fair enough.
Yeah, they are based around puns. I don't know if you've... I assume you got the first one. I don't know if you've got this one.
Onomatopoeia?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the other one, I'm presuming you've got it, but just to check.
Teriyaki?
Yes.
Alright,
Good.
excellent.
I haven't eaten
I love
today.
skink
Teriyaki
names.
sounds great.
I just had some filet mignon a little while ago.
I know. You don't have to rub it in.
Oh my god, he's adorable. Gonna need to shift Z on that token immediately.
Yeah, I just need to refresh because, again,
Desync.
Yep.
This, oh my god, it literally is a kobold.
Yeah, and skinks are basically just Warhammer kobolds.
Wonder if they are from the fantasy verse and they were just tossed into here by the giant frog people.
And the giant frog people also exist in Warhammer 40k, so possibly, but also the planet this ship is from is full of lizard creatures, so like...
And at least back in 3rd edition, Games Workshop did say, oh yeah, you want to simulate your Necrons fighting the old ones, or a remnant of the old ones, just use Warhammer Fantasy Battle Lizardmen and just have some agreements about how different interactions work, because 40k versus fantasy are different. But it'd be cool, right?
Oh man. Remember when Games Workshop was cool?
Remember Luther Harkin?
Some some parts of Games Workshop are still cool. They're just increasingly in the minority.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Some parts of Games Workshop are still called Forge World, it's true.
Petra does not serve, he rules.
Yeah. You can get your requests brought to you, and about 20 minutes after those arrive, Teraki returns, accompanied by another skink, this one in an elaborate headdress. Let's see. Does this succeed? Keep rolling this until he either succeeded or warp shit happens.
Oh god. Okay. Oh fuck, the skinks have psychers. Oh boy.
So absolutely how the fuck has not warp shit happened? I know the Gallagher field's on, but that didn't stop 10% of her crew from dying when Geist showed up that one time.
Did you just call it the Gallagher field?
The Gallagher field.
Maybe?
Oh,
I don't know, you'd have to roll back the footage for that. I don't know.
It's great.
It sounds the same.
This one puffs itself up to, including its headdress, a mighty 4 foot tall.
Wow.
Without its headdress, it's about 3 foot 3.
So slightly more than one half of a Jeanne.
Yes. And it speaks in Levite. Golden one, called Jeanne.
Greetings.
You asked for me on Matapi, chief of the skinks of the Star Walkers.
It is a pleasure to meet you on Matapi. May I first say that I adore your headdress. It is very regal looking.
I thank you. Much blood spilt in its construction from my ancestors before me and I myself.
Merz, what is the headdress made out of?
It is,
Looks like feathers, but like...
yeah,
Cloth from Van House's clothes.
it is indeed made out of feathers. You would recognize them as feathers from one of Lev's, larger creatures. Yeah. I believe it was called a fangbird. Yes,
Sounds about
a
right.
fangbird. A horrible lizard bird crossbreed that roamed the northern territories where there was grass and trees, and, you know, where you found this ship.
Makes sense. I imagine John's probably like gone hunting these things with the Ceikos before.
Probably, yeah.
John will nod her head in appreciation. Fangbirds are fierce opponents indeed. So, have asked to meet you on behalf of the man who normally lives in this room, my friend Van Zaus. Your comrades here have been intruding upon his sleep, and he is unable to rest.
Shiny-headed one.
Yes, he does have a very shiny head.
Just outside the door, Molly is shaking with laughter.
Van's house is never gonna hear the end of this.
Oh no! Oh no!
This is what's gonna happen. John is gonna tell him the next day. He's like, you will tell no one of this. John's like, as of this moment, I will not tell anybody this. His house is walking through the hallway, and someone mentions, nice, you have most shiny head, because John already told everybody. So she's not lying.
Oh no, John's just gonna start addressing Van's house as Shiny One. It's his new name, I'm sorry. There's nothing can be done about it.
You know Xiph is absolutely gonna ask why he's called that.
Yeah, good.
Will John
funny as
tell
fuck.
Will John answer like
Yes.
why?
Well, we'll see when we get there.
Alright, sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, it's a very shiny head, yes, but he does not like it when people stare at him in the dark.
It'd be better if I stared at him while, like, in the light.
If necessary, preferably from within the vents. But I have come to bear a offering of appreciation for leaving him alone. And John will produce the shiny mannequin. Something to enjoy in place of Van Zaus, perhaps.
Very shiny. But
Very
no.
shiny.
It is not right. Van Zaus is right. Yes. Like, he has likeness to the Godstone. Do you understand?
To the Godstone, he said?
Mm-hmm.
I am not familiar with your Godstone. Could you explain? Perhaps we call it something else.
Onomatopoeia will describe something that you just recognize as a rocky headland in the Levite Highlands.
Oh, there's Stonehenge.
You wouldn't say it looks particularly like Van Zaus, but I guess it does have a smooth top and a sticky out bit on the side, like his cybernetic.
Now, Jeanne's a, outdoorsy kind of girl. Would she happen to have, some pictures of this thing? It's in, the Northern Highlands near where she found the boat. That's where she lives, so...
Well, not just that, but Molly is watching and connected to most of your electronics. If she doesn't have a picture of it on hand, can I pull it up from our librarian?
Yeah,
Sure.
you could.
Okay. I will.
Ali, you could pull it up from your own memory banks. Let's be
Oh, right.
honest.
I'll just pull it up from my own memory banks and send it to you.
Jeanne will, slowly take out her data pad and pull out the picture. You mean this?
Yes, Godstone. Each day, light come from Godstone until it fades ends, and sleep time comes. Here, light never fades, but still, we remember God's stone. It gave us light in time of need, long need. And when thou he is like the God's stone. See?
I understand. What if perhaps we produced... John will just like turn on the little hologram feature on her datapad. A hologram of the Godstone like this, for you to take with you.
I do not understand what this is.
It is an image of the Godstone, but in 3 dimensions, and John will just like turn up and down the brightness on her datapad. It can become bright or dark. The light can rise or it can fall. Would that be an acceptable substitute for Zavan's house?
This image will hearten tribe, but need stronger sign, need end of troubled times with this bringing. Can you end the troubled times?
What exactly are the trouble times for you? I am doing all I can to end what my people call their trouble times, but it is a long process. What are your troubles?
Strangeness in the air. Not hard to breathe, not mortal air, but air of the spirit. Strangeness in that, and much death, much death. It's good for hunger, but is not good for spirit.
You mean that crisis a few months ago? Many of my people died as well. We have put an end to that, yes. It will trouble no one anymore.
And still, slow deaths, strange deaths.
Can you explain more? Perhaps where you live there is something in the air?
It's not in. As I say already, it is not in the mortal air. It is the air of the spirit.
Do we have demons below decks?
Other than the skinks.
Skinks aren't demons.
No, I'm thinking right now, like, because they're away from Leth, they're away from, like, the holy fire, because, like, the ash worms back on Leth fed on that shit. These guys might be starving to death?
They've led for quite some time.
Yeah, but these guys are also way smaller than the dragons. So I don't know. Perhaps...
First is death of joy, then death of want. then death of mine, then body die too.
Yes, I understand exactly what you mean then. Is that still ongoing for your people?
Yes.
That...
Were they also soul killered?
Okay, so that's the soul killer then, but we went to the fucking Xiph field. Why didn't they get marked? Okay. Well, yeah, then Jeanne will nod. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. That is the whole reason we are out here, is to try and find what is causing that and put a stop to it. I assure you I am doing everything in my power to bring it to an end.
Good lad. Jeanne is good. Star Chief.
Jeanne will smile and nod. If seeing Van Zaus helps your people, perhaps on occasion you could bring them to the Great Fire Church? Jeanne will just like bring up a map and show them exactly what she means. You know, the Auto Temple. And
I've tried. It's like home, but difficult. Much fire. And walls. As your auto temple is deployable, it's not directly connected to your main ventilation system.
that is true, so Jeanne will say. There are exits outside of it, and if we arrange a specific time for your people to come there, and perhaps Van Zaus can be there as well. Literally gonna lead these guys to God.
I can only imagine is Van Zaus's reaction to having a fucking cult of kobolds coming to him like every few days. Godstone, Godstone,
Yeah, just like
Godstone.
once a week let the little kobolds hold mass down in the Auto Temple. You can just pile out of the vent outside. We'll make sure that there's a cordon out so no one interferes with them.
The gospel is just Van Zaus like putting oil on his head, shining it up.
Yeah, just let them hang out with Van Zaus for a while. An hour or two.
And he can't say no because it's gonna be an order from the captain.
I mean, he can say no, but Jeanne will encourage him to not, because, like, these poor bastards are getting soul-killered, and this might help them. And, you know, it would be an opportunity for him and Pascal to perhaps, you know, preach the word of the God Emperor to these little bastards.
That and your warrant of trade literally, well, your letter of marque literally says, I can deal with new Xenos how I see fit.
Ah, yes, the new Xenos that we brought from Leth.
Yeah, but still, it's
Yeah, like,
this is a first contact with them, and first contact, the letter of marque does give you authority equaling chapter masters,
Yeah.
inquisitors, and planetary governors. So you could just say, let them go to the thing.
yeah. I'm more worried about, like, the crew freaking out more than, like, any legal obligation here.
I can't
And
freak
I-
any more
but-
out than having a Tau on board.
Out of everyone, I would be worried about Pascal.
Yeah, I mean, he's from Leth, right? He knows what the fuck a lizard is.
Yes. And they're not supposed...
Talk.
Yeah, like, there is a record of 3 of them ever... Well, actually, at this point, like 7 of them
Oh, they had babies. Yeah, like, they talk. Cool, that means more can.
But those were also ones born in the ritualistic holy fire.
Huh.
Whereas these are just...
I mean, look,
You don't even know where these came from.
these lizards came from a ship that was on Dandric land on Leth. Ergo, they clearly arose, from the holiness that infests that place. Juno energies just sank into the earth, and out come speaky kobolds. Makes sense to me.
I'm, I'm- you're gonna need to go and convince Pascal of this.
I know.
What
Oh, yeah.
book is
Like,
so
if Onmatopy is, like, on board with it, John can, like, start making arrangements.
What book are the different types of warrants in?
They're not really. I think it's
Oh.
mentioned briefly in the Rogue Trader core rulebook.
So I know there was a difference for like venerated ones and then the letter of mark. But
There's no mechanical difference between them.
Yeah,
The- Go ahead.
you would want Into the Storm, and then it's just reading the Warrant Origin stuff, and that's just
okay, never mind.
that's mostly just fluff, and then also reading the Calixian Privateer fluff for like Letters of Marque.
Yeah.
But that is mostly about you being a badass privateer rather than what it actually means.
My
Okay.
understanding of the Letter of Marque in the lore is that it is a more recent thing and that it's not heritable.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not inheritable, it's more recent and you're usually confined to like an area, like a sector.
Yeah.
And it can also be issued by much lower authorities, like a sector governor could actually issue a letter of marque, whereas you are going up to like segmentum at the very least for a new warrant of trade.
Gee, thanks, Mayor.
Yes, as it turns out, just being willing to say, I don't give a fuck, I'm fabricating this wholesale, and having, the age and contacts to just get that wholly done, does just work.
But yeah, I imagine John's letter of marque was just signed by her Aunt Camilla. There you go. Go on, sweetie, have at 'em.
I do believe that was established in session 1, but it was Camilla von Meyer who signed the letters.
Makes sense.
Yeah, sorry for the divergence. I was just wondering.
But yeah, if
All right.
if Onmatopy is on board with that, I think Sean can just start like charming these guys to get on board too.
This sounds good. Shall need to ask the birth mothers and the old one. I speak as one leader, not all leaders.
Similarly,
How
I
many
will go and speak to Van Zaus and to our chapel's priest and make sure everything is okay there. Jean will extend a hand to him for a shake.
Yeah. He'll blinks a couple of times and then his hand up to his mouth. Gives his hand a big lick and then slaps it into yours.
You know what? That's fine.
Gooey.
Yum. And then, yeah, off to the vent he goes.
On Matapi and Teraki will retreat into the skinky darkness.
What about the one that's still unconscious?
Oh, yeah, actually, that's a fair point.
They bring him back, or it's because John's not going to eat him, he can stay?
Like, if these guys both leave and they've left this guy, Jeanne is just gonna like roll him into the vent, just close it up.
Or
Yeah,
you know,
I think, I think on Matapi, we'll just be able to break
Okay.
the frozen guy out, and then between the three of them, they will carry the outright catatonic one. And
Godspeed,
yeah,
little guys.
you have a tracker on them, so you can follow. You can find where their nest is,
Excellent. All right.
directly beneath the warp core.
Excellent.
he's-
Mirza, I'd like to teleport a virus bomb directly into that chamber. No. All right. So yeah, Sean's just gonna go lay back. Fuck, I'm just gonna go back to my bedroom. Good job, Molly. Made great progress here in protecting the shiny one.
Molly's just going to have a great time. Yeah, this is great. All right. I'll see you in the morning. Just scutter off back to her room and just salute Mizzen when she walks in.
Oh god, yeah. Is Cats and Dance awake when I get back?
And given you said you were. Well, actually, let's be fair. Your bed is so much larger and nicer than hers. Even as like your second officer, she would just stay in your room anyway. Probably not.
Okay. Then John will just crawl in and snuggle up. She can find out what her kobold name is tomorrow.
What?
fucking big is the ship? Because if there's like a whole fucking secret society of these things,
Oh man, there
Just
can be a
chill
whole
it
secret
out.
society of normal people on the ship.
Yeah, the ship is like 1.1 kilometers long, and
for all know,
like
there's entire lizard civilization because the fucking skinks are the only ones who are able to move around the fence.
like
In the vents.
300 meters wide and 400 meters deep. So it is like it's pretty big.
It's like the size of a whole college campus.
Substantially larger than a college campus, I think, because of the whole three-dimensionality.
Hmm. Yeah, I guess if you... Yeah. Yeah.
Like-
That is true. It is also deep.
College, yeah, college campuses, like even up there, even ones that do have like big, tall buildings, they're like most 20 meters tall?
This would be one made of skyscraper.
Very big skyscrapers. It's just going to quickly check, like, or unless it's one of you know it off the top of your head, height of the Empire State Building.
Yeah.
It's downright un-American not to know that it's exactly 1,250 feet. Oh, which I just googled it real quick.
Okay, so yeah, your ship is about the height of the Empire State Building, and it's like solid through. Well, as you can see on this fucking diagram, like that's yeah, there are some gaps, but for the most part, that is just like solid fill in.
It's a thick girl.
Yeah.
A lot of shit can go on the spaceship without anyone noticing. Whole death cults and shit. It's great. Anywho's it.
Go and use the restroom.
Fair enough.
Talk amongst yourselves for a moment.
I'm looking at this art of a rogue trader's retinue, and I don't know how this rogue trader got it, but he has a sister of battle, a space wolf, and an Eldar in his retinue. That's pretty cool.
That is.
Is
in
that
the
just the
game, pretty sure.
CRPG?
It's
in the game.
it's from the Good Wiki.
I mean, yeah,
Here,
but the CRPG has like a space wolf and an Eldar and
I don't know.
put it in DCT. Yeah, that is the cover art for the Owlcat RPG.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a sister battle, you have a space wolf, you have your Navigator, your Eldar, your other Eldar, your Inquisitor, as you do. Your Navigator waifu, whose name is Cass, and I love her.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a good time. The DLC for that just came out and added a Death Cult Assassin waifu, in fact,
Yeah,
who
beans
comes
is-
from your ship's lower decks.
Unsurprising.
PC ship in that game is all kinds of fucked up.
When I get if my character gets killed, I need to get or just I need to ask Jeanne for a top like this when I don't have when I'm not wearing the red robes. A lady in the back.
Hell yeah.
Look at that
And-
big old skull.
So, what? A corset and a fucking open jacket.
Yeah, with a big old skull pauldron and like purity seals. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually fairly close to what John wears normally, to be fair. Just
Yeah,
replace Skull
you
with
do not.
Dragon.
Yeah, straight for reference, you do not need to request of anyone to get an outfit like that. You, if you want it to have like armor value, you will need to make a requisition, but that'll be fairly easy. But you can just have that outfit for free.
Hmm.
Anywho's it. So yeah, time to go talk to Van Zaus
Yes.
over breakfast.
Oh. Is this going to be a one-on-one with Van Zaus, or are you gonna
Yeah, it'll probably
other
be
senior
just
staff?
one
Oh,
on
you
one.
don't. You
thing.
don't. You
Well,
don't want to
Cat-
drop that while everyone's having lunch together.
Yeah. I mean, Cats will probably be there just because like they're living
I
together.
mean, obvious. Yeah. She's moved most of her stuff into your room.
Van House comes into the room with like the main members of the crew. Oh, what's this? Oh, I just thought we'd have a crew breakfast today. Oh, shiny one.
And that is extremely in character for Jean, to be fair.
So yeah, I guess that's what's happening. Everyone's just there.
That's not what Savin said.
Aw.
Not gonna humiliate him in front of everybody. That would be cruel. This is just meant to be funny.
It would be nice to get other people involved, though.
But I already know.
All right, hold on. I'll just give Van Zaus like a time to show up that's like 5 minutes ahead of everyone else, just so I can prank on him a little bit.
Or, I do not have your dining room set up, but I do have your little office, so I'll just use that.
Good enough. We can have breakfast around the coffee table.
There isn't actually a coffee table, but
Isn't there one around
Yeah.
the little circle of sitting chairs?
no, that
Well,
is just a carpet.
everyone fucking gets a TV tray, I guess.
All of the chairs have like little side tables next to them, but
Oh, well, there you go. Just hold your plates like a savage. Right. I love my Space Marine statues. Emotional support Astartes. I don't have an actual Astartes with me. I'm not as cool as my mom, but these will do.
Yeah, at this point, if someone did, for whatever reason, want to play an Astartes, you have enough XP for it. But they are technically a fair fit. But I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. Deathwatch is
It is a silly time.
yeah, it's very combat focused.
I can't believe a Space Marine would only really be good at combat. How could this be?
Admittedly, we've got like Ceiko. Yeah, so it's how much difference would there be?
I mean, I'm diversifying now, so
Yeah, you can track and stuff.
But yeah, if we were ever to add a Space Marine, it should just either be like a secondary character that someone else controls, so you don't have to control literally every like side character. But
If Xiph ever dies,
I'm
I'll play
cool
a
with.
salamander.
You can't play as you wouldn't play as a salamander if there was any chapter, it'd be the chapter we're already allied with.
Yeah, which are
Flame
just
Falcons.
Salamander successors,
Well-
so same difference.
Yeah, they
Oh,
are.
I didn't know they were successors. I thought they were chimeric.
I mean, they are, but they
Ah.
are. Well,
We're calling them Salamander
They're-
successors on the paperwork.
yeah, they're from the Cursed Founding, so nobody knows anymore. Everyone involved is either dead or got himself mind wiped again.
Either way, I still think that Space Marines constitute one of the least interesting parts of Warhammer 40k. It's fun playing as just
Agreed.
regular people.
But how can they be not so interested? There's so many books about them, right, guys?
I'm a big fan of the Dark Angels, but the thing is, I'm a big fan of like other aspects of the lore a lot more.
Anyway,
I know.
so yeah, as soon as Van Zaus gets in here, Jeanne is going to stand up and clasp hands, bow her head deeply. Good morning, oh holy shiny one.
With little Captain,
Totally straight-faced.
are you?
Are you gamers?
Are you drunk, Lord Captain? I don't understand.
Oh, I just thought it would be appropriate to greet the spiritual icon of our shipmates in the most appropriate fashion.
With yes, but that's him saying what in a very deep Van Zaus accent.
Jeanne will straighten her back and give him a smile. Well, Susdorf, it appears that the little guys adore you. They think you remind them of their holy place back on Leth. You are their shiny one.
I see. That is somewhat of concerning.
Yes, well, the good news is they certainly meant you no harm. The bad news is you are a spiritual rock to the little guys.
Oh dear.
Yes, they have.
I struggle with being a spiritual rock unto myself, let alone to a xenospecies. Oh dear, I do not have the paperwork ready for documenting a new xenospecies.
Oh, they are just the lizards from Leth. It seems like perhaps exposure to radiation has just changed them a bit. They have been living in this hull for 10,000 years. But yes, the good news is they're quite friendly. The bad news, unfortunately, is whatever the Xiph did to us, they did not do to the skinks. They're still being afflicted by the Soul Killer.
Based on what we have learned, I would assume they have calibrated the thing so it only affects humans.
How is Xiph alive?
Good question. Maybe you're just not affected by the Soul Killer because you're Tau. You have no soul to kill. Just like Ozzy was fine to begin with because he's a ginger. Oh. Good morning, Moaning One. Namaste. Jeanne will bow to Cats and Dance.
I... What? So I guess you didn't get any lizards and you and Molly have decided to do a funny?
Oh no, the vent skinks have a name for you. It is the Moaning One. And Van Zaus is the Shiny One.
Suddenly I am not so... Oh. And now I understand. She blushes somewhat.
Just huge Jeanne smile. Pat cats. So, hopefully everyone else should be here in a moment, but... Ah, there they are.
What did they call John?
The Golden One.
So walk in, and I'm gonna take Mizzen with me.
You have tokens on the maps.
Yep. I'm gonna take Mizzen with me. Just set Mizzen down on the desk and salute.
Ah, yes.
Then
All hail Her Holiness, the Hissing One.
Was that a cat?
reporting as ordered, Golden One.
Xiph just gets a little close and goes to. He extends a finger up, but he doesn't go close to it. He's like, "What is this? That cat thing I keep hearing about?
Don't touch my cat.
Yes,
I just
sir.
never seen one."
That's a cat. Not to be confused with a cat. She will pat cats.
Yeah.
Well, nod at them both. Moaning One, Shining One. And then, what was my name again? Just the red one?
Yeah, the red one.
Yes.
The red one reporting for duty.
Do I have a name? Do I have a
Reporting
secret
for
code name?
breakfast anyways.
Unfortunately, they didn't mention you or Ozzy. Speaking of which, Ozzy, I
They
can hear
are-
you out there. Stop being antisocial. Go have breakfast.
Yeah. They are entirely convinced that I work for Mizzen.
That's adorable.
Cat?
Yes, my cat.
But why? I haven't seen it in the battlefield.
I don't know. I don't have a lizard brain. They just see me feeding Mizzen and assume that Mizzen was in charge. I will.
It seems logical.
I'm going to
Checks out.
I'm going to grab one of the sausages from the table and give it to Mizzen.
If that's the logic they're using, then wouldn't the chef be the leader of everyone on the ship?
No, that would put the chef at the bottom of the totem pole because he has to feed everyone.
Oh.
Indeed.
Think about
Maybe
it
the reason they
reverse.
recognize me as being on top is because I have a personal chef.
I think it's also you. Actually, we should have asked him about the Navigator.
I'm almost afraid to.
I'm pretty sure Victor kills them on sight.
I don't
I
think he's
don't
killed
think so,
any.
but
He wants to.
Victor is currently busy in his drills, so
Yes, he is.
whoa, whoa, Mizzen, you're so big. No wonder you're in charge.
Yeah, no, that checks out. All hail Empress Cat. Well, now I need a lemon rough token.
But do you have art as good as that, though?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I posted a picture of what I wanted him to look like before. Hold on.
It is.
I mean, you say as good as is. This is
Okay.
very
And
fussy.
that's hard to beat.
It doesn't matter if it's a little fuzzy. It's a screen grab.
It's true. And at, normal scale, it works.
Yep.
Sorry. I didn't mean for that to interrupt the conversation. Where were you?
It's
We were
fine.
we were just wrapping up teasing everyone.
Yes, right. So, given that our lizardy cohabitants are still being afflicted by the Soul Killer, I thought we could kill two birds with one stone, so to speak. Help them out avoiding being zapped, and perhaps get them to worship Van Zeus less and the God Emperor more.
I'm guessing by this you mean to sanction them.
John will glance this way and that. Yeah, sure, that's definitely what I meant. And not just have mass for them at the chapel every week or so.
I more meant that if we wanted to get rid of them, we could just do nothing. Your suggestion implies you want them to live. That means you're sanctioning them. We do have to do paperwork on New Xenos. It is within your right, but paperwork still has to be done.
Am I gonna be forced to do this paperwork?
No.
No.
I mean, I'll do it.
shall. Shall take care of it. It requires an understanding of the intricacies of imperial bureaucracy. It will also require significant bribe funds, Lord Captain.
Well, that's true, but I'm sure we can make that work. And frankly, even if we can't sanction them, it's only legal to bring them onto Imperial planets, and I don't really tend to do that, because the Bride has trouble landing.
We have the advantage of having them confined to the vessel, and given your word is law. But still, if we were to be found out later that we were harboring Xenos without doing paperwork, I assume the bribe would double.
If it would even be doable, if future.
I'm still like 90% sure the sanction is only required to bring them onto an Imperial planet. You can just have Kroot on your ship. It's fine, right?
Oh, I
You
know
just
those
can't
things.
take them anywhere.
It is not just of the it is not just onto an Imperial planet, it is into Imperial space.
Well, what if they came from Imperial
That's-
space?
Does not change the letter of the law. It also is true. Generally speaking, as a rock trader, you are not going to get a ship inspection.
That's true, and even if we did, I doubt anyone would bother to learn that the skinks are sapient. They're just
I did
floppy lizards.
look it up, so I'm just gonna pull it verbatim.
It's lemon rough. Come on, we can't actually being Lehman. There we go. Perfect. But yes, I'm fine sanctioning them. Like I've said, they seem pretty darn harmless.
Just making sure we were on the same page.
But the more immediate concern, there won't be any left to sanction if we don't do something about them getting zapped. The Soul Killer.
Correct.
So, Jeanne will look at her watch, bring it real close to her face. Pascal should be here any moment.
Oh.
Might have to go change chairs.
And another suggestion, if you want to keep as many of them alive as possible, would be requisitioning cryopods like Keelman did. Can't kill yourself if you're cryogenically asleep.
That is true. We do still have 40 of the things lying around between the cargo hold and the estate, but I don't think that's going to make a dent in a population that big.
Fair, but maybe important members of their leadership. Just a suggestion, after all.
Fair.
Love
Besides-
Pascal! Good to see you.
Group dinner, a group breakfast.
Ah.
Terrible.
Molly's too big to sit in a chair, so. Be like right here.
Scuttle out.
Yeah,
Oh, I haven't met you before.
I can't control Mizzen, but
Xiph, what's your name? So-
Xiph. I am Flame Speaker Pascal, representative of his most holy ecclesiarchy.
Oh, well, first name's not Zeno, it's just Xiph.
It is true, but I do not know. But to my knowledge, you have not been provided an official title.
I'm also the doctor.
Dr. Xiph.
Yep, okay, that works.
It does have a nice ring to it.
So yeah, nice to meet you.
Certainly is a meeting. But not as unpleasant as it could have been.
Do you want any of this bacon stuff?
the poor
Please.
the poor ecclesiarchy dude sandwiched between an Admech and a Xenos.
It's fine. No, that's exactly where he wants to be. He has a hand flamer on both wrists. Give him an excuse.
He's not come dressed in his battle suit.
So, and Xiph is now sharing bacon with him.
Yeah,
Outstanding.
I have like a -20 to interacting with this dude vis-a-vis tests, so literally impossible.
So,
Wait, no, I have a 5% chance.
speaking of Xenos, Pascal, is in fact something related to that I've asked you up here today. How familiar are you with the lizard species back on Lev?
Oh, very familiar. The cultivation of certain breeds has been in my family longer even than we priesthood.
Oh,
Mon grand-père, he was a premier breeder of ashfangs.
that's right. Didn't my mother buy a batch of them from your family, actually, when she first landed on Lev? Because I know I did buy a bunch from a
Was-
town where a dude exactly like this lived, so...
Those were fang stalkers, but
Were they?
I,
I
yeah.
bought some kind of riding lizard from him. The,
Not, was not my grandpa. Ah, nice. The cousin of Rachel moved.
that was it. Yes, of course, my apologies. Yes, it turns out we have a population of lizards living here on the ship, up in the vents crawling around.
I have seen some
These...
harmless creatures. They
Yes.
do seem to seek to mimic us with carrying weapons in slings. It is adorable.
They apparently do actually speak.
Yes, they've gone so far as to mimic a primitive language.
Oh yeah, do you still have my helmet?
John thinks back to this morning wearing that while she was, slapping cats and dancing around. Yes, I still need to clean it out, though. I'll get it to you
I
first
would-
thing before lunch.
Cat and Dad's blushing about any Tau roleplay that may have happened between Jeanne and Cat. Oh no.
Whether it was that or just John wearing it for fun, she's certainly blushing. I think now Xiph is no longer a super virgin. He can, like, roll scrutiny.
You don't want me to just know?
Thou must
Okay.
I
roll to
think you
know.
do. Yeah.
Okay. Just roll, no modifier.
Yeah.
Fuck you, I'm rolling a fate actually. I have a point. I want to do the joke.
Okay, then you can just buy in and win.
I don't
Although
think
I
I
guess-
can. I can't.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. You would turn 1 degree of failure. Well, it would actually be 0 degrees of failure, which, yeah, would still. I mean, anyway, this is. Well, yeah, you'd be failing by less, so you would technically win. But yeah, you do need to have a success to win. So
So
Yeah,
yeah,
you-
I'll roll again.
have to re-roll.
Lamau.
I'm using another one.
You can't, unfortunately. A fate re-roll is final.
God damn it, I can't do the joke now. I was gonna just look at John again and be like, give it a deep cleaning. But no, I can't do that now, as if it's clueless.
I'll
Too
just,
Which-
busy cuddling with Kalchev.
Let's be honest, Xiph being clueless is more appropriate.
And funnier.
You okay, Kalchev? You look like you,
Cats and dance.
your cheeks, the cats. You're looking like you're looking like what one of the people who had a fevers look like. Your face is really red.
Oh, she probably bit into a pepper.
There's peppers in here?
Speaking of which, I'm just gonna put more hot sauce on her food.
Aren't you allergic to peppers, Xiph?
No, I don't like spicy stuff.
Oh, well. Then don't eat the sausages.
I was unaware that your kind had the ability to taste capsaicin.
No, I just don't. I don't like my tongue being burnt.
Well, fair enough. Is it sour Tau can't taste? I can never remember.
Not really sure. But I just want to ask, does that even do anything for you anymore? The food?
Oh, I can taste it. It's just there's I filter all toxins.
So you just do it for fun now?
I mean,
I
peppers
assure-
are barely a toxin.
I assure you humans don't eat spicy food specifically to get gas later.
No. I'm talking about the fact that Mal is that just points up and down, gesturing to the whole body.
Yes, but the only reason to eat spicy food is for fun.
For the flavor.
But I do suppose
I haven't replaced my tongue.
Yeah, but you don't have. Do you not have a stomach anymore?
I have gastrobionics.
What is
which
that?
means no. She does not have a stomach anymore.
Then why eat the food if it's not going to sustain you or anything?
I can still process food into nutrients.
And she
It
can
does
take
sustain
Your
her, she
higher
just has-
efficiency.
Yeah.
I can literally eat the bark off of trees and consider it a complete meal.
Not
Wild.
very. Chip a tooth like that.
When Molly says the bark off a tree, John's gonna make the little hand sign for Lemon Ruff to bark. Barf.
Yes. But I'm not going to go into specifics about my replacements at breakfast. But I can survive by eating anything organic. Although, obviously it doesn't protect against flavors, textures, spines, spikes, or splinters. But anything organic can be converted into nutrients. And
Well, that's-
hence, sausage.
So, if you ate a tree, you would be subject to the bark, but it might have a little bite.
Correct.
Alright, anyway, remarkably off topic. Yes, the little skinks in the vents have developed a primitive language of sorts, which appears to be enough for them to get targeted by the soul killer instead of, animals, which don't. So,
Yeah, it's sour that Tau can't taste, according to the memes.
It's not for the greater good.
shush. So, I was wondering, Pascal, if you wouldn't mind, perhaps once a week, emptying out the temple to let the little creatures congregate there. They seem to, at present, have a sort of worship for, she'll gesture at Van Zaus, the shiny bald pate there. And perhaps we could ease them towards a more appropriate source of worship.
You wish me to attempt to share the truth of the God Emperor, the Fire Lord himself, with talking lizards.
You're fine with teaching it to me. Or at least some people are.
They are from Leth. It seems appropriate that they share the Fire Lord's faith, if anything.
Fire Lord's the Emperor, right?
Yeah, same difference. It's just what
Okay.
Jeanne and Pascal would call him.
I know that. I know. Xiph is asking that.
Okay.
just so he's in the loop.
Yes.
That and they're highly susceptible to imagery. If you superimpose the imagery of the great Palace of Terra and equate that with their radiant stone deity, should be relatively easy to do.
I am trained in syncretism. It is a requirement of the new colleges of faith that they do also teach that to share the holy word with those who are not human is heresy.
Still, we have seen what the Emperor can wreak upon their kind, if he so wills it. You've seen the golden dragons born in his flame. Clearly he has some affinity for them. Even if you do not preach to them, perhaps they can come to the conclusion on their own. Perhaps he will reach out to them.
If not worship, at least veneration to the Omnissiah who the galaxy belongs to.
I thought the galaxy belonged to the Emperor.
Again,
The
same
Emperor
difference.
and the Omnissiah are the same.
But
He on Terra
Xiph
has many
just-
names.
Xiph is like it looks like Xiph is like counting on his fingers, like trying to Flame Emperor.
Just gonna
Omnissiah.
not gonna lean over. Just the exploration mechadendrite is basically a bunch of little hands, and just going to lean over and wait, how far away are you? You're too far away. So just gonna tap Cats and Dance's double-headed Aquila.
And
She's also probably not here in her full fucking battle plate.
Well, yeah, fair enough. She's probably not wearing an Aquila. Do you have an Aquila in your room?
And there's definitely a pair on like the Space Marine statues.
All right.
a lot of
A
names.
bit too far away for me to actually poke at, but the mechadendrite will point at the Aquila.
Yeah.
One being two heads.
But apparently he also is called Flame Emperor, so wouldn't that be three? Wouldn't there need to be three heads then?
It's only called that on one world.
As I said, he on Terra has many names. But regardless, as I said, if you're not comfortable proselytizing to them, Pascal, I won't ask you to do it. I knows. But I would appreciate it if you could make the space available for them so they can stop worshipping Van Zaus's head.
That, the truth is, that is more uncomfortable than ask. To turn away of faithful to tell them, no, you are not allowed in this church. And they ask why? Because the lizards are here. That
That is a fair point.
But wouldn't you like to tell them about the greatness of the Emperor and why their kind is, so looked down upon, and it's only in his mercy that they are allowed to live.
I don't think that addresses his exact problem with it.
Well, how else are you supposed to teach the Xenos how disgusting and hideous they are if the religious leaders don't tell them that? They are the ones who have his will and all that, right?
It's a big ship. We could
By
just
the
build another.
dictate, by the dictates of the ecclesiarchy, sent from Terra and taught to me in the Academy of Faith, the appropriate way of spreading the truth of the God Emperor to Xeno is by burning the Xeno until it is dead.
Unless they have the sanction thing, right?
Oh, no, no. Then the appropriate thing to do is burn them until they are dead and burn whoever has dared to attempt to sanction a Xeno until they too are dead.
Xiph is gonna slowly look at Jeanne.
It's not how Imperial law works, but I don't want to argue with the ecclesiarchy. Jeanne, just build them their own temple and then put the iconography so they at least have veneration to the Omnissiah. Besides, I can think of many advantages to having an group of allied Xenos in our events. Whether we like it or not, the ship is inevitably going to be boarded.
Yeah, and if they're dead to us and they see Van Zeus being attacked, they'd want to protect their god being.
Better them than our own Voidsman.
For all we know, they fixed the ship in places we can't reach.
Unlikely, but
I
possible,
do
I
not think so.
suppose. Yes, that I would prefer to get them to stop worshipping Van Zeus. That's sort of the point of the whole thing.
Yes, would simply
I would also say,
Please.
do not mix my personal opinion with what I have been taught.
No, Pascal, what is your personal take on the situation?
Any who is willing to learn should be given the opportunity.
Yay, I
They-
may be able to soon.
Strange thing to Xeno. For the sanctioned words, I would be trying to tell the Xeno to pray for their own extinction. That would likely make them uncomfortable.
Half the crew already is looking at me really weird. That already makes me plenty uncomfortable. But I make it work.
But perhaps... we do bear a fragment of the eternal flame. I cannot speak to it with certainty, but yeah, we can call upon it for a miracle.
The Emperor blessed their distant kin once before. Perhaps he shall do so again. Jeanne seems quite pleased by this outcome. Yes, I'll see if I can arrange a place for them near their nest for them to worship. I'm
And-
sure Molly can find some abandoned hold near there.
And given that we have people here that are familiar with heraldry, it should not be too difficult to manipulate the Xenos. Mm, create a chamber that directs them towards a way of thought that uh, corresponds with our will.
Hmm.
We might need to acquire things when we go back to Kane's will, but there are other things I'm going to need to be busy with when we get there.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a fun trip back.
I did have something else to say and it completely slipped my mind. I'm so mad. Um, just keep going. I'll eventually remember.
Alright then, let's make that our plan of action. Arrange for them to worship in private, away from the crew, and we can find an artifact reminiscent of their holy rock back home. Perhaps something we can attach once in a while the holy flame to.
And given that, from our supposition, these skinks have been here ever since, maybe not ever since, but since shortly after this vessel fell to Earth, they may know hidden places on this vessel that we have not yet discovered. Would be worth asking.
A fair point.
There are indeed vessels like the storied Arch-Mechanicus that have doors that were sealed or forgotten about since the Dark Age of technology. Couldn't hurt to ask. Our vessel is not nearly that big, but...
Yes, we're hardly an Arch-Mechanicus, but this ship did serve in the Great Civil War. It's possible there are some armories or arsenals we've yet to discover.
To my point, we had an entire civilization of Xenos living beneath the plasma core. We surely there are places on this vessel even you and I haven't explored.
Hmm.
Beneath the warp, believes the warp core, not the plasma drives. So, if we could get, if if we could wrangle that information from them, who knows what treasures we may find sleeping beneath our very feet?
A fair point.
Molly says, rubbing your hands with glee.
Alright, let's get to it then.
Also, Merzendi, who on this vessel, is like in charge of like maintaining the trophy room?
Probably Aussie.
Ozzy or Van
What's the
Zau?
question?
Well, I mean, if it's a trophy room, like, look at Aussie's office.
I'm not putting that in the. I'm not putting my Archaeotech gun in his office.
You don't have
Why
a
not?
trophy room.
No, we don't have that.
No.
For some reason, I thought we
No,
had
that's a
those.
ship component.
I know it's a ship component. I thought we had one.
Well,
Oh,
But never mind. Never mind.
is it?
We have a vault, right?
Yeah, somewhere, but yeah, the trophy room, such as it is, really is just like Aussie's hunting trophies and rifles.
I'll just keep the.
Katz has a display case herself. Jeanne has a couple in her bedroom. Although those are more for like storage thing of like, yeah, I'll just take my sword off now I'm done for the day and put it in here.
Yes, Jeanne has many things of interest in her bedroom. We don't need to talk about those though.
Yes.
No, I'm just gonna put it away for now. Because even if it's not that useful for us, we never know when we might come across a Space Marine chapter who would appreciate it.
It's true.
That's Jean's many interesting bedroom things.
Or we
So,
could,
yeah,
when we get back to Kane's Will, we could package it up and send it to the Flame Falcons with a :3.
true. Sell a piece of archaeotech to them for like a point or two of profit factor.
Yeah. Or maybe like a weapon in trade that they found along the way that they can't use.
Too small for marine fingers.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's what happened with Eloa.
Yeah.
So
in the meantime, Merz, can I throw like a SL Imperial Creed at trying to find like some synchronicity with Pascal's help? Like find some religious iconography to sort of push them in the Emperor's direction instead of Van Zaus?
and could Van Zaus help with like heraldry?
No, heraldry
okay.
is not related here.
That's fine.
Okay.
I've got plenty of bonus. Yeah.
Neato.
Actually, that should be one higher because I forgot the bonus from the librarian. Yeah.
Excellent.
Develop lizard Catholicism.
I think actually I'm gonna call this session remarkably early.
My God.
Whoa.
My God.
Because yeah, like I said, my nap didn't really work, and I'm really feeling that hitting me.
So the
Also,
Angels,
aren't we doing like travel stuff next? So you want Snippy here?
As well, yes.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm happy putting a peg in the lizard stuff being a remarkable success.
Yeah. You can figure out some good imagery to set up, but like actually giving them their own worship place, you're gonna need dry dock.
That's fine. We're going to dry dock anyway.
And if you didn't want the crew to get negatives for seeing Xenos do weird worship things in a room, we can always just seal the room. Because they only go through vents, they don't go through doors.
Yeah, I was thinking we just like take a storage room or something we're not using right now, because storage rooms on a ship of this size are pretty fucking big.
Yeah, exactly, and just have it sealed under the captain's warrant.
Yeah, but leave the vents open so they can come and go as they please. I don't think it necessarily needs to be its own ship component.
That's just another room.
Yeah, just repurpose an existing room.
It's gonna need to be a ship component.
Damn it. Well, that's awkward because I don't think we can't really fit anything in here. Oh, problem for the future.
Alright.
We can
And
get
clearly you just stick it on the outside.
I mean, that'll really suck for the guys if we take any damage, but the Pride hasn't taken any hull damage yet this campaign, so I mean...
Why would you say that out loud?
It's clearly fine.
XP's Merzendi.
Yeah.
500.
Nice.
Makes sense.
1,200?
Yes. Alright. Oh no, I want 100 away from importing the thing I'd marked out for this session. Strange and unusual.
So we're at 12100.
Yep, 12,100.
Okay, cool. Making sure I had the right number.
Explorator 3.
Alright, well. Thank you for running, Merce. Fun time as always.
Yeah.
And
Hope everyone enjoyed it.
if you're watching on the stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in, and we will see you on Sunday for Scowandy. Till then, adios, and do take care.
Yeah,
Bye
bye.
bye.
Bye.